What's up, everyone? Didn't have my normal usual start music. What's up, everyone? Uh-oh, we got echo. Didn't have my normal usual. Hold on. Didn't have my normal usual start music. What's up, everyone? Uh-oh, we got echo. Hold on. Didn't have my normal usual start music. Uh-oh, we got music. Uh-oh, we got echo. Let's try that again. I forgot my YouTube. Oh, nope, I still have a one. Oh. Okay, there we go. I forgot my YouTube and Twitch monitors when I was testing them earlier. I unmuted them. I had to mute them, so. Oh, lovely. Lovely. But hey, it's all muted now. It's all good now. And we're back for more of this fun. Thanks for everyone who's coming in. Hey, who do we got here? We got Shez. We got Dr. Pill earlier, which was hilarious because I don't know if he's still around, but he was up before even before I'd even gotten everything going at all. So if you're still here, welcome. I already said Shaz, Bad Wolf, hey. Got full options tonight on Twitch, awesome. Luca, welcome back. Extreme, it's almost like I memorized your start time and have begun stalking you. Well, they do say that having a constant time is the best way to grow traffic. It's kind of like a, you know, back in, I know it's not so much of a thing today, but back in the day when there was must-see TV and everyone went home or turned on Channel X and watched whatever show at whatever time it came on. So it was kind of like when The Mandalorian was on Disney Plus, although that wasn't a specific time, but it was a day, and so it was like, what, Friday, I think? And every Friday there was a new episode. Yeah. Lucas says, no, it's always on 12 o'clock. Oh, there you go. Although, you know, when I do events, that's the only time I stream every day. Events like this really kill me as far as getting things done. But under normal conditions, it would be like Friday and, or Wednesday and Friday. But of course, Fate events. Always throw a monkey wrench into these things. Yoshiki, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. So I haven't done jack today. I mean, literally. I was pretty wired last night when I left you guys, and so it took me a while to fall asleep for some reason, and then I got woke up at noon my time for my job for something silly. And so I said, okay, I'm gonna get up and make some lunch and do something constructive, and I made the lunch part, but then I never did anything constructive after that. I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch I got the Ghostbusters Blu-ray, and I finally opened it up a while back, and watched little bits and pieces here and there, and so I was like, you know what, I want to watch the whole movie now that I've finished it, going through it, but with the director's commentary and Harold Ramis. Of course, this is an old commentary when he was still alive, obviously, and ended up falling asleep during it. So I was like, well, crap. So I ended up going back and rewatching the whole dang thing. So yeah, my whole day was like flushed down the crapper. But hey, I'm here for this, right? This is the important thing, right? There we go. Lucas says, Toonami is the way I got into anime when I was young. So awesome. Oh, cool. I didn't even realize that they had Toonami down in the land down under. That's awesome. I did not know that. I watched, it wasn't Toonami though. It was, what was the Adult Swim? Adult Swim, that was where it was. Because they had Inuyasha. They had, I think one of the Lupin the Third titles. They had Yu Yu Hakusho. What else did they had? They had quite a few things, and this is when I still watch stuff in English dubs. But I haven't watched any of that in forever. I just use my Crunchyroll usually. But then I'm also a subtitle guy, so that's how I roll. That's how I roll. Extreme says I didn't even know I was watching anime at the time. But Toonami for the win. Oh, you know what? That's the thing. Yeah. It's kind of like me. I mean, I think I saw. Well, we didn't call it Battle of the Planets. It was called. No, it was called Battle of the Planets. That was the American name. Gotcha Man was the Japanese name. I had no idea when that came on when I was a kid that was anime. And ditto Space Battleship Yamato, I think we called it. Yeah, it was called Star Blazers. And I had no idea that was anime. And there was one other title back in the day. It wasn't Gundam, but yeah, it wasn't until I got to Japan that I discovered that it was something different. And of course, you know, the term anime was a Japanese term. Well, it was the Japanese borrowed word from animation, obviously, but the term anime hadn't been settled upon in the West. So my best friend and roommate at the time, he was always getting this stuff about Japanimation, because that was a term that some companies were trying to use. Chaz says Adult Swim for me, staying up to watch Inuyasha at midnight. Yeah, I did that a lot. I really got into anime, and that was my brother. My brother's not really one of my brothers. My other brother's not into anime at all, but my one brother's kinda, sorta. But he loved Inuyasha. It was like his favorite anime. And that was one where I was like, okay, I want to buy this, not realizing I didn't know anything about bootlegs and all that stuff. And you could go on Amazon and like, hey, you know, yeah, Adult Swim was up to whatever episode like 36 or something. And you went online and they were up to episode 50 something, or wherever Japan was at, and it was all in Japanese. And I was like, whoa, what is this? And these prices really aren't bad. Not realizing that what they were selling was fan subs. But that was how I found out about fan subs. Fan subs. Those are pretty much all but dead today, but not totally, but pretty much. All right, we got. I'm trying to remember what the order is here. I have not touched this since yesterday, and yes, I can forget that easily. X-Shape says DB Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, Yu Yu Hakusho, Pageo Blue Steel. Oh man, I haven't. Oh wow, I forgot about that. Yeah, I've seen that one. Gundam, Ronin Warriors, Zatch Bell. Never watched that one. Tenchi Mio. Yeah, that's how a lot of people got into Tenchi, was through that. Ironically, that was not how I got into it, but that is how a lot of people got into it. Yeah, I haven't watched. Well, I haven't had cable or satellite in years, so I haven't watched anything on Cartoon Network in years. So I don't even know what their anime collection is like anymore. All right, make sure I don't screw this up. But yeah, old school anime. Jazz Extreme, what is your FGO name? I think it's still Extreme, but I don't know the full name of him. Oh, okay. Yeah, Extreme XC29. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it was something similar to that. All right. You know, speaking of Yu Yu Hakusho, that reminds me. I lent out, I used to lend out a lot of my anime DVDs back in the day. And there was one guy who really got into Yu Yu Hakusho. And so I had all the box sets from Funimation. And when I moved to my current location, I was still working at that job, and he said, "Hey, can I borrow that set again?" I was like, "Sure." And so he started working through it again, and then all of a sudden he said, "Hey, you know, you're missing a box set." I was like, "Really?" And sure enough, I am. Oh my goodness. I have no idea what happened to it. I don't know if I lost it in the move, not moved. I don't know if I lent it to someone else and never got it back. But it kind of sucks because that box set, I mean, it's pretty expensive now because, you know, now then Funimation sells those little thin pack thingies. Whereas this is those old school, you know, big honking, space taking box sets. But I'm missing the second to last box set now. I haven't watched that in years either. Lucas has got the last drop I needed last night. Ah, cool. Congratulations. All right, so Extreme had said, anyone pick a year in a year. And Shez said 40 AD. And Extreme replies, the reign of Caligula it is. Lucas says, I'd love to have a nice anime collection. I used to have a bigger one, and then I, so many years ago now, but I had, what was it, 33,000 in medical bills, and I ended up selling a good chunk of my anime and manga collection, and not just anime and manga, but DVDs I had at the time, and yeah, and a lot of that stuff I never got back. Some of it I have slowly over time, but a lot of it I just never got back. But I still have a ton, though. I mean, I love physical media because at least with a physical media, as long as you got electricity and a player, you know, it's not like, you know, people are finding out with streaming services. It's like, hey, my favorite show is streaming, yay, yay, yay. And then one day, oh no, my show is gone. What happened to it? Yeah, well, welcome to the world of streaming. And streaming, they control what you watch, not you. So that's why DVDs and Blu-rays will never be passe for me. Well, maybe not DVDs anymore because, you know, the video quality on Blu-rays is so much better, but Yeah, I will never. I will always go for getting a Blu-ray copy of something I really like. That's why I'm hoping with the Mandalorian that they put it out on Blu-ray, because I would buy that in a heartbeat. Hey Thomas, welcome to the stream. Hi all, says Thomas. Was watching this on my PS4 before moving towards my laptop. Well, glad to have you here. Shez says, oof, American healthcare alive, but what a cost. Well, in this situation, and it's basically, yeah, not to get deep in the woods on the American healthcare deal, but what I will say is that the incident in question, I had a bloody nose, and it started when I was at work, and then it just wouldn't stop. I mean, literally, it just would not stop, and I had my nose packed with tissue, and it just started pouring out the other side, and so I packed the other side, and it just started, I was literally choking on my own blood. And so they called an ambulance for me. You want to talk about ka-ching, ka-ching. Boy, every time they opened a package in that, and then when I was in the back of that ambulance, all I heard was a cash register or one of those, you know, when you get the not lottery, but the what do you call it, the in Vegas, the slot machines. You know, you pull the arm down and then it makes that, you know, if you won something. That's all I could hear in my head every time they were opening up packets of whatever. Because that ambulance ride to take me just however many miles it wasn't even that many from my the place where I was working to the hospital was a good $1,000. Yeah, it was pretty wild. Yeah, and then they finally they shoved. Okay, this is gonna be kind of gross. But if you've seen the movie, Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, oh great, this is where my memory is gonna come up and fail me. Total Recall, where they're on Mars. And there's that scene where they're pulling that big thing out of his nose, that big round ball thing out of his nose. Well, when I went to the hospital, it felt like they were shoving one of those into my nose to stop the bleeding. I mean, it was jacked up. It was like, oh my goodness, what the heck are you putting up my nose? But then they were like, okay, we got to stop. And here's the deal, don't sneeze, don't do anything, you know, and we'll take it out Monday. This was a Friday evening. I'm like, are you serious? This has got to be in my nose all weekend? I mean, that's just nuts. So, naturally, I wasn't going to go to work the next night. Normally, I would have had to work the next day. Well, no, the next day, yeah. Because I work Saturdays. But, so yeah, I was gonna call in sick, but I'm like, man, I don't want this in my nose all day. But I go to bed and it's impossible to not sneeze. You can't breathe through your nose, you can't do anything. You got this big honking whatever they put up my nose in there, and it's wedged in there good. And naturally the next morning, now it took them hours to get the bloody nose to stop. I mean, literally it took them hours before it stopped. So I went to the hospital, it was like about 5. They didn't let me out of the hospital until about 2 in the morning. And then about 8 in the morning, when I was home, I woke up and immediately sneezed. And not just sneezed, but sneezed like several times. There was no stopping it. And then it was like, open up the floodgates. So I drove myself to the ER near my house. And was there for, again, another several hours. And they kind of got it to stop, and they let me go. And by the time I got to the parking lot, it was just starting to drizzle out of my nose again. This time they used something different. They used like that cauterizing gauze type stuff. And by the time I got home, it was just bleeding bad again. So I didn't even bother parking. I just turned around and went back to the ER, and I walked in, and they didn't even bother having me do paperwork. They just sent me straight back to the back, and some smeghead nurse came in and said, I'm going to take blood. And I told him, I said, dude, I've been bleeding like for a whole day now, just about. You know, there have been some pauses, but, you know, I have lost a lot of blood today. Can't you just, like, stick the tube under my nose and not have to, like, jab my arm? He's like, no, I gotta do it the official way. And I'm like, whatever. And he jabbed a needle in me, and blood started going out, and yours truly went goodbye. And it was a very weird experience, because I was in a dreamlike state, passed out. And I came to in this room I'd been in, where they had me sitting in some kind of like high throne type thing. I don't know what kind of examination chair it was, holding a basin underneath me, and just bleeding into it. And I apologize, I know this is kind of a gross story, but look at that. What did I? Oh, I'm talking and I didn't do that. Well, at least he didn't kill Hijikata. Well, that's doom on me for that's all right though. But anyway, back to the gross story. I came to, and I'm in this little room that I had been in, where it was just me and this stupid nurse who. The only reason I have a negative thing to say about him is because his attitude, at least in my memory, was just so annoying to me. And suddenly it was filled with doctors, and of course every one of these doctors are going to give you a bill, and that's part of the charge, you know, why the costs were so high. And they brought me around like, are you okay, Mr. AstroNerdBoy, are you okay? Like, where am I, what am I doing here? Then I was gone again, and then next thing I knew, I was being wheeled to another room on a gurney. I'm like, oh wow, this is definitely serious stuff, isn't it? And they finally got me to where I would stay conscious. And they had to build a weirdo contraption to get my nose to stop bleeding. And then they kept me there, not overnight, but they kept me there for a long time. But yeah, the result of all that weekend of fun was about $33,000. And the one thing I joked about was, like, every time a doctor walked by, if the doctor walked by and glanced at me, he wrote me a bill, said, I thought about you as I passed your room. Here's a bill for $1,000 for your insurance to pay. So anyway, so that's my lovely tale. So yeah, Shez, it was definitely more blood. Lucas said, did you feel lightheaded? I don't want to say lightheaded. I felt ill. I felt literally ill when the nurse was taking my blood. I knew that things were badly wrong, and the nurse, yeah, I was that's when I'd made a remark about, you know, well, first it was like, I can't hold these tissues or whatever up to my nose anymore, and the nurse was like, well, just bleed into the basin. I'm like, okay, fine. And then he was like wanting to take more blood, and I was like, I don't feel good. He goes, it won't take that long, come on. Like, no, dude, you don't understand. I really don't feel good. And then I was just gone. So lightheaded was not the word. I just felt ill. I just felt just grossly ill. And then they gave me an IV. Yeah, they had me on IVs for quite a while. So there was a lot of firsts that night. A lot of firsts. But yeah, that's why it was so expensive. I mean, basically everyone and their brother gave me a bill, and then the insurance company, and then some, and because the insurance companies are paying bills and not us as consumers, you've got insurance. These, you know, all these places try to get the most money they can out of the insurance companies. Since I screwed up and didn't use that last time, I'll use it now. And so that doesn't help either. So when the insurance, oh wait, what did I do wrong? Oh, there we go. Ooh, okay. But anyway, that's where it was, so. Okay, so for those of you on Twitch, I mean on YouTube, yeah, I know that Extreme Story is being cut short, so I'll try to read some of this stuff. Okay, so make sure I'm starting at the top here. So Extreme said, rain. It feels like I'm missing something. Oh, Caligula. Okay, so Caligula reigned for 5 years, starting from in 31 AD and going to 41 AD. Originally named Gaius Caesar after Julius Caesar, he was given the name Caligula from his soldiers during his campaign in Germania. He made many public reforms, including disaster aid for those who lost property to fires, and restored the practice of democratic elections. He also implemented many public works projects, such as expanding the harbors in Sicily that benefited the public. However, he started to see himself as a god and began dressing as many gods and demigods. He took this step further, and those in Rome literally worshipped him, which was unheard of for living emperors to do, with the exception of some parts of the empire in the east. Further scandal and controversial policies that caused friction between Caligula and the Senate led to his assassination, which involved him being stabbed to death. It seems to be a theme with the emperors being stabbed to death. Yes. Oh, man. So that's the history. Yeah, what is the term that history is written by the victors, who are going to put their own slant on things, whether right or wrong. All right. Note to self, pay attention, even when you're telling stories. So, the problem with, Shez asked a question to Extreme. So the problem with, and this was Extreme's answer. So the problem with Caligula and Nero is that they were not liked by the higher-ups, including those who wrote the surviving records. That's what we were talking about earlier. So it's hard to separate fact from slander. Both were liked by the mob, but the mob doesn't write the records or hold office, and therefore power on a tangible level. But more recently, there's been some evidence pointing to them being more liked than the records led us to believe. The only thing I know about Caligula is, wasn't there some movie done in the 70s or 80s? And he was supposed to be like a colossal pervert. That is my only, and I think there was a Red Dwarf episode where they ran into a wax droid replica of Caligula. And that is it. And then Nero, my only knowledge of Nero is literally a Bugs Bunny cartoon where I think it was Bugs Bunny going up against Nero, and Nero losing and doing the fiddle thing. But then again, European history was never something we went over too greatly. I mean, somewhat, but never. I mean, I did have a world history class, but I had way more American history classes than anything like globally. And the only thing I remember, I mean, even though I liked history, the only thing I remember about like the world history is the teacher for that class was just made the class so dry and dull. It was just like, ugh. You really need a good teacher who can make things interesting if they're going to teach this kind of stuff. All right. She says, Astro, history is great. As they say, fact is stranger than fiction. That's true. Someone was, who, I don't remember who it was telling me that Nero caster here needs to be at NP5 to reach full potential. Yeah, I can definitely, I'm definitely noticing that in this event. I mean, I wanted a good AoE offensive caster, and I do like her, but man, she does need a lot of buff support. James says, also, the thing about treasury is coins during the time were minted with precious metals. This to an extent indicates that the economy was more stable than we were led to believe. In regards to Nero, the best way I could describe him would be to compare him to Michael Jackson. He never got to be a kid and was groomed from childhood to be a leader. Also, his mother was very overbearing and basically ruled Rome through Caligula. Alright, and my own Umu has done her thing. I saw someone on Twitter once complaining about Nero in the Fate universe. Said, just because you make her a cute anime babe doesn't mean Nero wasn't an evil person. It's like, And I had to respond to it and say, well, okay, maybe in real life, without, you know, knowing any facts or anything, just saying, maybe in real life, but Nero-chan is awesomeness, so don't mess with Umu. That wasn't my exact words, but you know, something along those lines. Because, you know, the way I look at the Nasu verse here is that, you know, all these characters are not, obviously they're not real. It's just fictionalized whatevers, and you know, the main reason that most of the historical male characters were made female is because, you know, guys want hot battle babes for the most part. Extreme said Mother ruled Rome through Nero, not Caligula. Typo on my end. Okay. Shed says, I always saw him as more of a... I always saw him as more of a rat staying in the shadows to survive, and when he gained power, floodgates opened on terror. Oh, where's my fan? Oh! Oh, man. Jed says, personally, I hate Nasu Nero. Caesar could have been Saberface since he's a better representation of Rome. Oh, man, you don't like Umu? Now, I admit that, you know, I don't remember much about whatever her story was in the game here. But I just like the characters presented in the actual attachment to the actual Nero of history. You know, in my mind, there is none, even though I know this is supposed to be Nero Claudius, and thus, you know, has all this ability to rule and whatever else. Where are we at here? Okay. Kind of getting close on getting some more boxes. Let me burn some silver fruit. It's because I can. Stream says Nero is the second youngest emperor, becoming one at age 16. During his early years, his mother and many other advisors ruled through him. That kind of seems to be the way things are, though. I mean, wasn't there... I don't know if in Japanese history or not there was an emperor like that or not. But in my mind, it seems like there was. You know, where they come to power at a very young age, and then the empire itself is ruled through the parent or the adult advisors. Extreme says again, a lot of the disdain for Nero comes from those in power, and there were plenty of reasons for people to not like him. He did act like a child and squandered funds for his own personal projects. However, who here has heard of the Great Fire of Rome and the tale of Nero playing the fiddle while the city burned? Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I think there was a Bugs Bunny cartoon where Bugs Bunny goes up against Nero, and at the end, you know, he's defeated, but he's playing the fiddle as he's going down in defeat. Says, I think it was referenced in the FGO story too. No? Probably, but I don't remember. Extreme says the fire did happen, but the fiddle part never did. Never happened. Yeah. All right. I always like it when Hichikata has at least one showing in this realm. Yep, don't want to forget that. All right, hey. Hey, Kagato, welcome to the stream. Luka says, man, it's hot today. What's the temperature? I don't even know what the temperature is. Ah, 24 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's cold. But my office felt just a little warm. Probably the heater kicked on or something, and started warming it up more. Normally with all my computer equipment, this office hardly ever gets below 70 Fahrenheit. It can, but it's very unusual. It's just too much computer equipment. Extreme says some sources did say Nero started the fire, but those all come from his enemies. The one unbiased source tells a different tale. Nero was really popular. Oh, Kagato says Nero was a really popular ruler. The nobles hated him. Chess says, didn't he reduce or remove the grain dole though? Anyway, let's see here what we got going. All right, this is round 3. So, Umu, thank you very much. Come on in, Gilgamesh. The Homer Odysseys. I sometimes wonder if the Japanese developers make these levels. They're like, okay, what kind of wailing would you have to do to 3-turn clear these things? Mm-mm. 32 degrees centigrade. Says Luca. That's what it is in Australia right now. So, and in Fahrenheit, it's almost 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So, yep, that is pretty warm. And it's always scary when it gets to where they don't kill the two NPs, don't finish off the job, and it's like, ugh. Alright, so Extreme says, so the unbiased source says Nero was not even in Rome at the time and rushed back when he heard what happened. He used his own funds to help fund the relief effort, opened up the palaces to provide shelter, and assisted with the search and rescue efforts. After all this, he set up an urban development plan. This is where his devaluing of the Roman currency comes into play, because reconstruction was really expensive. The weight of the denarius, the Roman coins, was reduced along with the fire. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Along with the silver purity of in the coins. This was the first time that Roman currency was devalued in the empire's history. So yeah, that probably was spun in a bad light by those who did not like him. But you have to remember that was to rebuild the parts of Rome, not including housing, that had burned down. All right. Where are we at? Okay, we can do 2 lottery boxes. Let's go and do that. Well, if I click the right thing, we can do that. So this event ends tomorrow, right? When New Day hits tonight, that'll be the last, hours of the event, right? If I'm not mistaken. Tomorrow, New Day says, I think we're killing Astro's viewership. Oh, I don't know if we are or not. The only thing I would say on Extreme is that when you write long, unfortunately it gets cut off on the YouTube side, so the YouTube folks are not able to see everything you say. I mean, I'm trying to read it all, but it really gets cut off. So only parts of it get seen. But hey, no, Extreme, I don't mind, actually, to be honest. The YouTube numbers, well, on Twitch, yeah, the numbers are down, but on YouTube, we're only down 2 from the peak, so I mean, it's not like it's that big of a deal. Yeah, I think there's a 200 character limit on YouTube. That's the problem. Yeah, it is. There's a YouTube only allows for a 200 characters. It's all good though. I mean, we learned something new, and I like history, so. All right, sorry about this. Plus, I'm not being very entertaining myself. It's been just one of those days, you know? You have one of those days and it's just like... Yeah, where it's just like... Okay, I'm gonna do certain things and you do none of them. And that just kind of... That really puts a... What do you want to call it? Not negative. It is a negative, but it's just... It just kind of just... It just has an impact on the rest of your day. And it's kind of how mine's been. But anyway, yeah, so if the event is ending tomorrow, I'm thinking I probably... Let me see, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it would be like 2 hours. So, I mean, I could stream for 2 hours tomorrow, but I'm thinking I probably won't stream tomorrow. And I'll use the time to actually get caught up on my blog. So I can, like I told you guys, I'm going to New Jersey next week, so kind of need some stuff to auto post while I'm out and about. And of course that means that there will be no stream Wednesday, because I won't be here for that. I had briefly thought about streaming maybe Might and Magic 10 tomorrow, but then because I didn't do anything today, it's like, nope, I gotta do something else tomorrow. Oh man. Stream says, I meant to stream today but never got a chance, so I'll be aiming for tomorrow. So there you go, gang. History with Professor Extreme on his Twitch channel tomorrow. Shay says maybe Extreme can discuss Julian the Apostate. I don't remember much, but he seemed like a cool dude. Well, I'll let Extreme say what other stuff he does, but he also is a Fate Grand Order streamer, but he also does other games as well. Yeah, I was gonna say I know I caught one of your World of Warships games streams. Oh yeah, we were doing some leveling up, weren't we? Let's see what we can get here. Okay. Wait a minute. Luca was saying something earlier. Sorry. Okay, so I missed this earlier, Luca. Quet's English VA is not a good pick. JP voice for Quet's is so much better. I don't watch anything on in English dub, so I guess they are dubbing the Babylonia anime, huh? I hope they never change the FGO game to dubs, because there's nothing that would make me exit stage left or right quicker. Now, if they left it so you could leave the Japanese voices in there with subtitles, that'd be awesome, but I can't imagine them spending the money to English dub this. I like all the Japanese voices. But that's just me. All right, where were we thinking about? Oh yeah, I was going to level up Mecha Ellie because she her ascension material is no big deal. So we'll go ahead and do her and get her done. Get her done. Oh yeah, you know, after tonight's stream, I do need to log into work tonight and check some things out. So cool. Enough about me. We are here, AstroNerdBoy. So let's talk about that beautiful bastard. Let's talk about how he doesn't burn his silver embers. Like I said, I used to, but then when I quit having a a need for well, you always have a need for mana prisms, but I got what I wanted. I got the 2 CE that I desperately wanted. I got the Mona Lisa and the whatever the CE is that gives you the 10% bond. 75. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. All right, so back to the chat here. Lucas says, I caught up on the sub except for the new episode today. Yeah, I haven't watched today's episode either. That's what I gotta do after the stream, and tomorrow I gotta get the Railgun episode, and I've got to get the new Babylonia episode. Yeah, this is the other nice thing about welfare servants. You know, the fact that they just have that resource for ascensions that doesn't require, you know, you to take from other servants. It's all unique to them. It's always nice. So she got, wow, they're actually using Mecha Ellie-chan in the official English. Wow. Don't get me wrong, I 100% approve of that, but that stuns me. That stuns me. Lucas says, I just wonder if they are doing it justice. What, the new episode? Thomas asks, so what's your pick for the free 4-star servant, AstroNerdBoy? Mine is Saberlot for arts crits. I was actually kind of leaning toward getting my Lancelot Berserker to NP3. That's kind of where I'm going, because there's definitely a plus to doing that. But I still haven't made my final decision. That, I mean, there's another part of me that wants to get my Lancer Altar to NP5. But I'm thinking that maybe but I keep going back to the Berserker just because of wave clearing and stuff like that. So oh yeah, sorry. Shez says it sucks if you've got the servant but not the mats. Yeah, that would suck. So you don't have none of the ascension materials to... yeah, I've heard this. I've heard people talk about this before, where they've got a servant but they don't have the ascension materials. Which, yeah, that would not be fun. Stream says, even though she's a robot, it's cute that she blushes. Yeah. Well, she got all excited like the real Liz, and then caught herself, and then, you know, was like, "Oops, sorry, I didn't understand most of it, but I did get that she was embarrassed by what her actions there, which is pretty funny and cute." Luca, congratulations, a CE drop, awesome. I have not had another CE drop since that stream that night that you saw me get 3. It's in nothing. Shez says, I just got another of the bad ones. Uh-oh. Sorry to hear that. That's always sucks. Extreme says, I started out lucky with the drops, and that luck has steadily dropped off. Yeah, I just had that one day of luck, and then it's like gone for me. Thomas says, I got 3 CE drops, 2 scholars, and 1 of the leading ones. Extreme says, lanterns, gears, feathers, chaos claws. Those are the things you need, I take it. Thomas says, I need lots of stakes for Aresh. I've got her leveled up, but I don't have any of her skills touched. That's another weakness. That's another reason why I don't want to, you know, why I'm less interested in pulling for new servants, even if I want them. Because I just got so many in the backlog that I need to get leveled up and then get skilled up. Alright, Mecha Ellie. Extreme is in the opposite end. It's the opposite for me, getting all the drops right at the end. Sometimes that's how it works, though, Luca. Yeah, it just some folks, they'll get them all right up front. Some folks don't get jack till the end, and then you get some who get unlucky totally. I have done events where I've gotten no drops for a CE. Yay! We must have gotten super up or greater up. But yeah, she needs fun stuff. And like, I think all her skills are at 1. Yep. So you got a lot of skilling to do. But I'm really glad they called her Mecha Ellie-chan, because, you know, I think that's pretty cool. I think they should do that. It just still stuns me that they allowed it through. Alright, let's get these. We got a lot of leveling up to do. Lucas says Mecha Ellie-chan is a lovely nuke. Yeah, I haven't used her at all, other than have her on the back line for the event that she dropped in, the Halloween event. And then, of course, you know, I have to get her other form next year. Yeah. All right, so I definitely have this mindset of getting servants up that I've started on. There's a weird part of me that wants to kind of get him finished off. If for nothing else, for the Setsubun. Who next? Who next? Who next? Okay. All right, let's do her. Nito Crease. Nito. We'll go ahead and start working on you, girlfriend. Kagato says, "Oh, I know, but the drops are better than some of the earlier mats." Thomas says, "AstroNerdBoy, level mecha NP charge first." Oh, absolutely. The battery. If she's got a battery charge, yeah, that's always top priority. Battery charge always comes first. So in all the servants where I've used them with a battery charge, yeah, the battery charge gets put up to 10, and then everything else comes second. Gagatos is waiting for Oni Cure. Thomas says, burn all the silver and bronze XP. The reason I don't burn the silver ones, haven't been, to be honest, is I have such a massive backlog to level up that you know, plus when it comes to, you know, micromanaging it, you know, not micromanaging, but getting it down to that level. I know that I used to burn them. I honestly did. I used to burn all the silvers. But anymore, I'm like, I want all the extra XP I can get, even if it's not as much of an amount. I just... Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. For a minute there, I thought I didn't have enough QP. So I know that it goes against the... Hello. Yay. Lucas says farming Pharaoh, yeah. Thomas says, just got my St. George to Bond 9. Cool. Shez asks, who's the best between Nito, Nursery, and Shiba? And Extreme replies that Nito, because she's a farming death meme. She can charge her own NP gauge from 0 to 100. Also, she's a waifu. Lucas says Nito loves bronze mobs. Shez says, that art is pretty spicy. Yes. Thomas asks, says, oh, well, as for your question, they're all good. Nito is death, AoE, farmer, with 100 plus NP charge skill. Nursery has NP charge skill and arts AoE. Shiba, I have not used her yet. Lucas says Shez in R can be a crit caster, and she can hit very hard if built right. So, there you go. Yep, I like those. Like those a lot. That's hilarious to me. All right, so I know everyone says burn the bronze, but this is the only reason I keep bronze. I keep a few bronze ones around. Oh, would you look at that nonsense? What a crock. Fine, whatever. Yeah. Back to back, says Luca. Extreme says show off. Yeah, well, that's you. While you guys are getting CE drops, I'm getting back to back successful. All right, well, I might as well take her twin and finish her off, right? I do think it's. I understand they want people to spend money on the swimsuit servants, but it's still a bummer that you can't get any of the 4-star swimsuit servants because they're classified as limited edition, and so it's like no freebie for you. I'm trying to think if I've ever used Nito either in her. Hey, there's a rate up going on. Did you know that? That's hilarious. Only on a stream, my friends. Only on a stream. But I'll take it. I will take it. Alright, what's your ascension look like? Okay, we can do it. Master? Yeah, super luck, right? Yeah. Extreme says Nito makes art look good. Yes, she does. All right. Actually, while I'm back. Let's go ahead and get these last few out of here. That's interesting. The word thick is censored in Twitch, but on my restream bot it is not. Interesting. and it's not censored on YouTube. Go figure. Oh man, these chat things are just so wild. There you are, girlfriend. Yep, no 4 in a row, or whatever it was. I don't know if it was 4 in a row, 3 in a row before, but yeah, I know. Everyone says Trisha Bird knows, but for me, like I said, I've got plenty of mana prisms, so I mean that's just another level, you know, that I got her. So, what do we still? Yeah, I'll leave those. All right, I guess it's back to the farm and grind, right? Thomas says, I wish that DW would give us free summer ticket for any 4-star summer server. Yeah, that would be cool. But unfortunately, that whole limited edition mindset in Japan, they would never do that because they would piss off the otaku base in Japan big time. How dare you give away something that we spent hundreds of dollars trying to get? So, Kagata says, it's funny, if you hit Bond 5 on Summer Nito before you ascend her, she tells you to hurry up so she can take off the sheet. I didn't realize that. That's hilarious. I don't even know what my Bond level is with her. I try to flick out, because I know Bond level 5 tends to be one of the requirements, it seems, for the special quest and stuff. Interludes and what is it they call, rank up or whatever they're called. I don't know, where they give some sort of an ability, a boost. Extreme says, doesn't Bond 6 give you free SQ? Yeah, I think anything over Bond 5 gives you stuff, and it depends on what the star level of the servant is, obviously. Because I know for 5-star servants, I think when you get them to 9, I think it's like 3 SQ or something like that, if I remember correctly. So, but the only reason, like I said, it's easier to get through the first 5 than it is to get to the last 5. So I get them up to 5. That way, if they have an interlude or if they have whatever those other special quests to give them, you know, like a skill boost or something, that way I can do it and get their abilities boosted up. That's the only reason why I keep swapping out the low ones and trying to get them up to 5. Now I do have some that I had been working on trying to get to a higher level, but there are always mitigating factors that always change things up, and you know, so you don't get to do the things that you planned to do, if that makes sense. I mean, there are some folks who would say never have MASH, you know, unless you just got to use her if you're trying to Bond farm. And I get that, you know. And by that same logic, I would never use Hercule's Berserker, because you know, I've already got him to bond 10, so he was the only one that I, and again, it wasn't for the QP, it was for the bloody bond CE, because, you know, his bond CE is so freaking amazing. Those free guts. Kagata says only on 4 and 5 star servants do you get the free SQ. Bond 6 got me 3 SQ on Hokusai, said Luca. Which levels give you golden apples? I think bronze servants give you golden apples from Bond 6 plus. Yeah, 1 to 3. I was gonna say I've got Spartacus and Arash. I think they're up at Bond 9, and I think I got gold apples for them, so. Okay, I think I've got everything set. Shame says, so hypothetically, if I got a 1-star servant to Bond 6, got the apple, then burned the servant, I could get another apple if I got them to Bond 6 again, or does the game count it as the same servant? And Luca responds, Bond level stays registered. Thomas says, actually, now that we're talking about what do bronze, silver, and golden apples taste like? Isn't there, well, there's red delicious, but there may be a gold delicious apple too. Extreme says, I assume the taste is not very good. Probably give blood poisoning. Gigata says, gold tastes like SQ. Lucas says, tastes like salt. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. All right, Umu. Rock and roller girl. Yeah, in this event, I've gotten him up a few bond levels because I never used him before. Hijikata. Okay. La-di-da. The lather, rinse, repeat. Boom, boom, boom. Thomas asks, what if they taste like air? Well, for some folks in lottery events, they taste like more. I need a snare drum. Get it? You need more apples. That's what an old preacher of mine when I was a kid. He's like a grandfather to us, and but that's what he used to say. Like, he goes, "You know what this tastes like?" And be like, "No." He goes, "It tastes like more." Especially on desserts. Like, okay, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, it does taste like more. That's what SQ tastes like. You can never have enough SQ. I think we're good here. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Thanks for all the likes, by the way, for all of you on YouTube. Appreciate it. And we are too short of 50 followers on Twitch. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Kagata says, I just broke 300 golden apples. I don't think I'll be able to use them all. And not without some kind of hardcore farming, you know, day and night. Good grief. I get up to 200 on the golden apples, and the lowest I've ever been since I came back to the game was in the Nerofest when I got down to the 150s. When I got 50 boxes out of Nerofest, or a little over 50 boxes. I'd rather do that. Hey, Dr. Pill. Dr. Pill says, what do you do when there are too many embers in the box? I assume you mean in your present box. Yeah, unfortunately, you have to pull them in to your roster. And if your roster is already full and your second archive is already full, you gotta start burning them. I mean, using them. And if all your servants are maxed out, then I guess you just gotta start for sure burning the silvers. If my roster was maxed out, I would, or coming close to being maxed out, I would be burning the silvers again. But that's why I don't burn them. But then I guess, you know, if that's still not enough, you'd have to burn the gold ones too. Man, that would be insane though. Wow. Having to burn gold embers. Thomas says, and we consume them daily, 8 times a day, every week of an event. Make up your own rules as you go. Stay only true. Extreme says, Kagato, the lottery wants to know if it's a joke to you. Lucas says, trust me, you will eventually. Are we even healthy at this point? Ask Thomas. Kagata says, I'm tired with 325 and have been burning them like crazy. I once had 300, now 40, says Luca. Wow, you really have smoked them out. That's some serious hardcore farming, man. Yeah, like Kagata says, you gotta use them or burn them. I'm near that point. Dr. Pill says, I ran out of gears, reverse dragon scales, lamps. Thomas says, Toho burns gold because he can't give them to us. Hey, Mordred, welcome back, my friend. Always glad to have you here. We are discussing embers and other fun stuff. All right, where am I at? Oh, don't want to click that. I do want to click that thing. Yes, I do. Must pay attention to not screw up. Must pay attention to not screw up. Yeah, I remembered that too. All right. Put the smack down, girlfriend. I came kind of close after the last lottery event with the embers. My present box was almost at 300, and my backlog was maxed out. Well, backlog, second archive, and you know, whatever I pulled down was pretty much maxed out. But I was only saving them because as soon as the Christmas lottery was over, we went into that rate up period, and so I was using them like crazy during the rate up. And having about the same amount of successes I've had tonight on the rate up. Go figure. I was trying to build CE bombs, and man, the great and super successes were not dropping for sure on the CE bombs, or not very often. Of course, when you're building CE bombs, that extra experience only goes for the new cards that are going in, not the bomb itself. Man, if it went for the bomb itself, that would be freaking awesome. But I guess I gotta leave some level of pain for us. But I need to build a ton of CE bombs. I've got CE that need to get to 100 badly. And everything's done. I'll do that. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Borges said, "Oh, embers, I have 10. I have 10,000 to burn. Good grief." Extreme says, "Borges, your team comp is trolling me." And Borges said, "Why is that?" Extreme says, 3 turned all the nodes twice in a row. Oh my goodness, so I did jack up. I did, because I was targeting the wrong thing. I knew. I said, oh well, but then I realized after the fact that, no, I effed up totally. There you go, Smeg for brains. Yes, target the right person, Smeg for brains. Thomas says, only burn silver EXP for mana prisms, and you can never have too many when new Da Vinci CE comes. I've got 10,000 mana prisms right now, but there hasn't been, other than the Well, granted, I don't know what's coming down the pipe because I haven't looked that far ahead. But, I mean, I've got the Vinci CE now, and I didn't think we were going to get more than one that we could maximum break for QP. So I have the one maximum broken. And then I got the one for Bond. And there's a couple more that I could get for, I think for, like, experience on the master experience, but I haven't sprung for those. So Extreme says, okay, 3 turns all nodes twice in a row, third time, 12 turns. Freaking RNG, low damage rolls, and bad hands. Morch said, yes, if you fail wave 2, that can turn into a pretty long run. Extreme says, I spent some time today building CE bombs. And Morch said, you gotta be more careful in wave 2 than wave 3. Yeah, wave 2 is where I had my epic fail. Where I was playing it right, but still got ganked. I don't consider a screw up on my part to be epic fail. That's just me being a dummy. Trying to get Holy Knight Scepter up to 100. Yeah, that's a good one to do. Lucas says, I hope they throw good shop CE soon. Thomas says, I use a lot of mana prisms for second archive space increase for both. Yeah, no, that is a good point. I need to do that myself somewhat, especially on the CE side. Although I probably could have someone with a lot more knowledge than I have go through and audit my CEs and go, yeah, you can burn all this, you can burn all this, you can burn all this. But I have that mentality. It's like, yeah, you know, what if at some point in time they do something weird and all of a sudden we need those CEs that we were burning. Kagata says there are a few CEs coming, there are a few more CEs coming that are better for putting on the support. Shez says, does Kaleidoscope get rate up? You know, I don't know. I don't know that I've ever seen it get a rate up. I think it's just in the regular banner, but you guys correct me if I'm wrong. It took me forever and a day before I got mine to max limit break. Dr. Pill says don't burn the CEs. Yeah, I never do except for the well, okay. I burn the for CE bombs, obviously I'm burning 1 and 2 stars. And I even will use 3 stars in that effort, but the 4 stars and 5 stars, well, even 4 stars if they're trash, you know, just unusable. Like for this event, for example, we were getting these the 4-star CEs for this event in the regular gacha, so they were always showing up for me and I was burning them like crazy. I mean, I just had 1 max limit broken of each just to keep 1, but everything after that I was burning. And then all of a sudden I realized when I made my video for this event, I was like, whoa, 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 I gotta stop burning them. So, oh yeah, use them for CE experience, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean, Dr. Pill. Yeah, that's what I do. I never, well, let me think here. Do I do that for the, The 3 stars I for sure do. I may burn the 4 stars, but I'm not sure. But I probably, you're right, I probably should use them for experience. I think in that case I was using them to get a few more embers. Mana prisms. Yes, I can think here. But I really should look into it, because the 4 stars don't drop rare mana prisms, right? It's just the 5 stars that drop rare mana prisms, right? The CEs. All right, let's drop. Kaleidoscope can spook any banner. Yeah, but it's still a good one to have. Stream says I got mine maximum broken just rolling events. It took me. It was the end of last year before I got mine maximum broken, and I had my first 4 in the first year, and then granted I quit for a little while, but still, it took a while before any more dropped for me. Weird how that works. And then all of a sudden I got like 3, like back to back to back, 3 or 4. So I was able to maximum break it and then have a few spares. So, which is always nice. Always nice. Always nice. Thomas says, I wish there was a CE only banner in this game. Luke said, Hoku rolls landed my 3rd scope. Shez says, I just got one. Looks like MLB is a pipe dream for now. You just got one kaleidoscope? Lucas says, wishing you'd look on the scope, Shez. Okay, yeah. Mordred, 4-star servants drop RP. Extreme says, yeah, it took me around a year to get mine maximum broken. Lucas says, I'm hoping for an MLB before Scotty. Mordred says, yeah, there's something like a CE banner. There is something like a CE only banner, if I'm thinking correctly. All right, let's get back in and see. Swapperoo time. Yes, target Gene, target Gene. J Alter, thank you. It's still hilarious to me that he casts spells opening Homer's Odyssey. It just, every time I see it. And you only see it because, the only reason I see it is because I'm playing on a PC. BlueStacks, by the way, for those who don't know. Do we have everything? I think we do. I was thinking that on banners that if they had gotcha CE, those gotcha CE were rated up automatically. Am I wrong in that thinking? No, that's gotta be right?
最上に近い勝利だけど、戦う前に勝つくらいでないかな。
I'm going to need to take time to look ahead and see what's coming down the pipe. CE art books. Yeah, I think I saw something about that on Twitter. Extreme asks, what's the drop chance for an angry Mongo off of the FP banner? I think someone said it was like 0.001%. Am I wrong in that? I know I don't have any. Yeah, there you go. I know I have none. All right, hey. Oh man, the never-ending farm. Marge said with 14 million friend points, you have 50% chance of getting him. Hey, Dark, welcome to the stream. Dark says not low enough to keep me from getting 6. Getting Gim 6 times. Wow. Oh, getting him 6 times. Gotcha. That's kind of what I thought you were saying, but I was like, well, maybe you're saying something different. And here I have 0, so now I know where all mine went. They all went to Dark Soldier. Dang it, man! You're hoarding! You're hoarding! Hoarding! I kid. That's awesome, though, Dark. That's awesome. That's some EX luck for, for Angra. Yeah, because they were never dropping for me. I was always thinking that they were on the paid ban. Gotcha. For some reason, and maybe on a ban rate up somewhere. Don't want to do that. Do want to do that. Do want to do that. Excuse me. The show says, Dark Soldier, so what do 5 sets of 5 sets of numbers do you feel is lucky for Tuesday? Because of the lottery. How many millions? I haven't bought a lotto ticket in forever. Mainly because the place where they sell lottery tickets is like out of my way and I never go there, so. Tawa says, what? You guys have NP5 Angry Mongo? Dark does. Dark has the numbers he thinks are lucky. 10, 22, 27, 33, 47, and 48. Feel free to try. Luca says, I have NP4 Angry Mongo. Yeah, and I thought, yeah, that was pretty awesome. So Dark is the first person I know that's got an NP5. Wow, that's seriously impressive. Like I said, I have none. I have none. I guess if he drops, I'll for sure be making a screen capture of that and posting it on Twitter for those of you who follow me there. Yeah, okay. I got everyone up, but I need to have up. Don't want to make a mistake here. Woohoo! All right. Pop that coochie freak so nasty time. Wait, what happens if you burn Angry Mongo? You get some mana prisms, and that's about it. Oh yeah, that's right. He's a 2-star, isn't he? I was thinking 3-star, but you're right. It's 2-star. Oh, Mordred, another CE. What'd you get? A good one or a bad one? Oh, congratulations. How many is that for you? I know you've had a few, right? I've had 4 total drops. So I got a maximum break plus 3, unless I'm totally sadly mistaken. I got 1 drop early on, so I could get MP5. MP5, bloody heck. Max limit broken. Yes. Elite Spartan, you are up. Okay. So anyway, yeah, that's awesome. It's always awesome when folks can get to good CE. Mordred had 9 CE drops till now. And Mordred said, and 6 others I don't want. Well, I guess I'm lucky there. I have not gotten any of the bad ones. All right. And I don't obviously want any more. Although, like someone said, I'll be using them. If I did get one, I'd be using it to Actually, I need to check. I need to check what you get when you burn it versus using it as experience. If it gives it, does the 5-star CE give a rare mana prism at all? I know the 4-star doesn't, but the 5-star. Oh, you can max limit break another one. Awesome. It is always awesome. You can tell Sahu doesn't ever get rid of any of his 5-star CEs apparently. All right, juice, buff. Yeah, burning at 5-star is 5 mana prisms. Unless it's max limit broken and then you get 25. Okay. Good to note. Good to note. Good to note. There it is for those who want to know. Lucas says, I'll be back. Gotta make a run to the shops. Well, enjoy. Enjoy. Pick us all up something. Where are all the snacks at? I want me little Debbie snack cakes. Or something like that. All right, click. Yep, there we go. And time to bring the pain. Extreme says, I'll take a beer, please. Shaz says, be careful of the sand people. From yesterday's KOTOR stream. If I got the reference right. Yes, make sure you've got HK47 with you. Yay, Thomas, congratulations. Got a CE drop, and it's the Scholar. Awesomeness, awesome. All right. I need to run to the little boy's room real quick. Give me just a second while we're doing this behind the scenes. I'll be right back. Did you miss me? All right. We're back. We're back. Day reset, reset time, last day of the event. Farm away and no sleep. Oh, man. Well, I keep doing the trues, I may as well, because the extra embers. You know, it's kind of funny in the Christmas event. I was so burned out on stuff that I quit. Once I hit 40 boxes. That was it. I was like, okay, I'm done. And there was still a lot of hours left in the event, and it was kind of weird. It felt wrong in some ways, but at the same time, I'm like, I was fried. I was ready to do something else. Hey, Blight, welcome to the stream. Except Mordred had said no sleep, and Extreme says exactly. Extreme says bust out the Red Bulls and the Cheetos. I bought some just for today, said Mordred. Shay says, yeah, got me my Doritos and my Mountain Dew. Thomas says, well, I'm staying home tonight. Oh, you guys are funny. Let's get that IV going, right? With the caffeine. Hook it to my veins! Oh, you know what? I didn't even do that. That's a little late now.
Hi. Omakase yo.
All right. No, I know you guys were joking. That's what's hilarious. That's what's funny to me. Is I know you aren't joking. Well, some people might be joking, but I know that there are people who seriously take this hardcore. Because gamer meme. Thomas says, I only leave to get sodas, CVS, and chips. Mordred said, time to farm today at least 100 boxes. James says, pretty sure this is the last lotto till Gilfest. When is Gilfest anyway? Is it the summer or fall? Oh, it is in the summer? Okay. That's why it's so weird having lotteries back to back. Well, not necessarily back to back, but you know, we had that one 10-run lottery for Christmas, and then the Christmas one, and then this one. Blight says, I'm glad I managed to get enough for one maximum break scholar. Okay. Now, I kind of need someone who has a 10 on the first, so... Gotta use that one. Margie said 5 more CEs and I'll have a full MLB CE setup. Wow. I have not had the CE drops recently. It's been at least 2 days since one has dropped at all. Blight says, managed to max Tamacat and Fuma. That's cool. Dark Soldier says, Astro, how are your preparations for Setsubun? Well, Well, I'm getting more servants leveled up, so I think I'll be okay. I've got a lot of servants in my roster, even though there are tons that need to be leveled up. There are still lots I do have leveled up. And when I was going through to make my video and looking at all the stuff, the materials out there for it, you know, those early floors, you know, the fights are not that hard, at least in terms of how much HP the enemy has. So, granted, those 4-hour timers will be a little bit above a bugger. So, like, if I'm streaming the event, which I don't know when it's going to start, so hopefully it's after I get back from New Jersey. Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to go through, that's for sure. But that's where, you know, leveling up my roster is coming in so handy. More servants, you know, the better. How are you doing on yours? Yeah, I know I need to click him. I wish that would just, that's a quality of life thing. They just need to, like, turn off the death throws. Yep, I would have that checked immediately. It's like, you know, when they die, just get off the screen. You don't need to have death throws. Don't need to go through that. Ooh, this is not good. Well, she can chain, that helps. Ooh, all right. Let's go. Blight says I still need to farm skill materials. Yeah. Yeah, that's skill materials / ascension materials. Yeah, you can never have enough of them. QP as well, although I know some people, not a lot, but I know there are some who have plenty of QP. But of course that would not be me. I love that final move reverse. Oh man, that always cracks me up. Blight says back to farming, I guess. Yeah. Mordred, does someone want 500 million QP? I don't need it. Yeah, well, 500 million QP would be, I could burn through that probably rather quickly. What I don't understand is why they put caps on all these things, because I've heard it's like, isn't it like 1 billion on the cap? At one point in time, I had over 300 million. I think actually I had up to 400 million. And then I actually started, you know, seriously trying to work on my roster. This is after I came back from my rage quit, and yeah. I burned through that quickly. But then again, 5-star servants are very thirsty for QP when you're getting their skills up to 10. To say nothing of getting them skilled leveled up to 90. Excuse me. But that's still pretty impressive, Mordred, that you don't need 500 million QP. Alright, so now we can start juicing up.
つまり中だな。他にやることないの？
Oh, it's one less than a billion. 900. Yeah, figures. I don't understand these caps that they have, other than to just put artificial limits just because they can.
こういうのどうだ？
And keep people from hoarding as much as they'd want. Alright, she's targeted. Boom, boom, boom. Has anyone played the PC port for Red Dead Redemption 2? Just curious. The reason I ask is because I've seen a little bit of streaming of it. It looks like a pretty fun game, but it looks like a mess in certain aspects in terms of being ported from the console to the PC. All right, where are we at? Yay, black screen is always awesome. Good thing I have these overlays for OBS. Oh man. Mordred says I need 1.4 billion QP, so I will level till I need the less than 1 billion QP, and then I save about 950 million QP. The problem is I have already 1 billion in boxes and 250 million saved, and farm at least another 700 million QP. Wow. Wow. Or just says, so I have to spend QP so I don't get over the cap. Oh, did I not get today's loveliness? I did not. Huh. Yeah, I'll get the crystals like I've been doing. Yeah, we'll take that. Thomas says, one time a PS2 game couldn't be completed due to money cap. Of one less than a billion to fight the final boss of said game. You need to spend 1 billion of in-game currency, but the cap was less than that. You know, I remember hearing about something like that. I may have been watching some YouTube video about, you know, like epic fails for PC game, or not PC games, but for games. But yeah, I mean, a billion sounds like a lot, and in some ways it is, but in other ways it isn't. You can blow through QP like crazy. So a billion really isn't that much. So it just seems like the developers just picked an arbitrary number, and then, you know, they just, I guess they're, you know, like in a lottery event where they know some people will farm like crazy. It's like, ha ha ha, you little suckers. You think you're going to get like tons and tons of QP, but we're going to make it so that there's a cap, and so that you're now screwed, so you can't get what you want, and you're going to go into QP hell whether you want to or not at some point. But that's just me, the cynic in me. Thomas says the devs of that game screwed up big time. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh, come on. Granted, probably a lot of people are coming back into the game, so it's probably slower than normal. But... the never-ending farm continues. Ay, 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 ay.
いいだろう。黙ってろ。ああ。
I'll stop it. All right, next up. Okay. Use that on him. Bakaretsu, Bakaretsu, la la la, says Portrait. So Shez is in Citus, is that how it's pronounced? I'm terrible with pronunciations. Terrible names. I apologize if I got that wrong. Okay, so we use that, so we need to use Laws of Shinsengumi. And I guess I need to level that up some at some point, and I will. Alright, let's go. Let's go.
Ah, 黙ってろ。
劇場は海より見るがよい。これがホマレンカウイルステリア。すなわち
Marge says I'm running if I should roll some boxes so I can use the bronze apples. Oh boy, I screwed up something. That's what you just missed. Yeah, that's... oh man. Oh well. At least they didn't kill Hijikata. Good grief. Morge says I'd like to spend the bronze apples instead of the gold, but it costs time to roll boxes. Yeah, I haven't worried. Obviously, I haven't worried about that. That's why I get. That's why people don't roll boxes right away. But I don't know. I'm always about trying to. Do things differently, I guess. But then again, I guess I'm probably comfortable knowing that I'll have a lower box count than most.
つまんない連中だな。他にやることないの？
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
精度を上げておくか。
Morgan says, I don't care about the box count of others compared to mine. I just want more boxes. Yeah, I heard that. But I'm always impressed though when people can get 300. Wait, was that Jay Alter? Wow, he did some serious damage on her. Hey, Luca, yeah, no, I see you. Did you type something that you think we missed or something? I apologize if we did. I don't see anything else. I saw when you came in. But it probably doesn't hurt to check that though, because I know YouTube can sometimes be quite whacked when it comes to what people chat, which is why I keep a YouTube chat deal up as well as my restream chat. Just so I can see if YouTube has blocked anything. Alright, let's go. Morgan said, I think I'm on box 190. Congratulations. Yeah, for sure. Lucas says, I'm going to report back on a box number soon. Meanwhile, your host is slacking, but hey, that's okay. That's okay. It's all good. Ooh, me. Trying to see what's going on in the little Twitterverse. Yeah, what you said. What you said, indeed. Hmm. I guess that's all we got. I don't like using another rush skill, but sometimes you got to. That's all they got up there. Yeah, me. Yeah, 190 boxes is pretty impressive.
オリンピアプラウデーレ我が劇場のサビになるか
Lucas says 110 boxes for me. That's cool.
劇場は海より近い水が良いこれさ誉れ歌うイルステリアすなわちそこを動くな
Thomas asks, have you heard of a YouTube named Honako Green? No, I have not. Shez says, Mean hard as you know what. Meeting. There we go. Got it right. But no, I've not heard of Honako Green. What about them? What about them? Whoever they are, guy or girl. Lucas says, hope everyone's farming is going well. I'm doing, you know, about what I thought I would, I guess. I mean, there is a small level of hardcoreness in me, but then, you know, I have some other things going on that that pretty much, you know, I farm when I can and I get whatever I get, and that's cool. So if I get 40 total boxes, you know, I'll be like, that's cool. I got some servants leveled up. You know, I accomplished, let's put it this way, the two major goals I had out of this event was Nero to 10-10-10 and Francis to her first skill to 10. And I accomplished both of those things, so pretty much everything after that is kind of gravy, and it's mostly just leveling up servants. Feels like I'm forgetting something, but maybe not. James says Honako is one of the top, is one of them big 5 FGO streamers. So, well, they definitely have a unique name, because if I do a search for Honako comes up with green immediately. I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever watched anything from that channel, though. Yeah, I probably should, but I just haven't. Lucas says nothing like a 10-10-10. Yeah. So, just out of curiosity, what was the deal with Honako? Did they say something or do something naughty, or what's the deal? All right. Tom said, no, just wondering if you'd heard of him. No, sadly, I guess not. This is going to sound bizarre. I actually watch... I don't even play Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes anymore, and I actually watch more of that content. I for whatever reason, I don't watch a lot of Fate Grand Order content. Well, I do watch. I do jump on, you know, streamers like Extreme. If I see him streaming and I'm freed up where I can like go search for this, you know, I'm obviously going to pop into his channel. And there's another FGO streamer. Can't think of his name right up top, but I'd have to go pull up my follow deal. But he's a pretty humorous guy. So, but on YouTube, I don't think I've watched too many. Earlier on, when I was trying to teach myself, I did watch videos from different people. And then I know Shotgun Shogun quit the game, or well, he may not have quit the game. He quit doing videos for it. But I guess my biggest fear was if I'm doing my own channel, I don't want to be accused of copying other people's work. So sorry, I'm trying to think here. Did I screw up something? No, I did not. But I'll have to try to make a point to watch Honako. Lucas says, I remember Shogun. Yeah, he's still out there. I think he just changed his focus to other games. But yeah, it's just weird that I still watch so much Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes stuff, and I haven't played the game in probably at least 6 months, maybe 9 now. 6 to 9. I don't remember exactly when I quit. It's been a while. But the folks I was watching stream it, or not stream it, produce content for it. One of them recently quit, and he was the Kraken. So it happens. I mean, you know, people get burned out. Wait a minute, let me see. Yep, okay. Just want to make sure. Lucas says Shogun does Epic 7 or something else. Thomas asks, does anyone remember Not a Well? I'm afraid I haven't watched any of his content either. Sorry. Ooh, for a split second there, I thought I was hosed. To be honest, I know there are a lot of FGO content creators out there. That's why I was like, kind of like, do I really want to get into the water of FGO? I mean, you know, I'm sure these other guys are like 50 billion times better than me, but I had folks encourage me to just do it anyway and don't worry about them, and so it's kind of the approach I took. So I do appreciate all you guys coming and watching me BS Meghead on this stuff. Because I'm sure there are a lot of other options. So yeah, I definitely appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Oh boy, 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 boy. There we go. Alright, we're targeting Gene, so our J alter, so that's good. So. Shad says, Astro, I personally found your videos and streams more helpful than Toho since he's got sort of a top point of view, or a top-down point of view. Interesting. Well, my attitude on this is, I understand in this game there's a lot I still don't know myself, but if I manage to learn something, I want to help others to learn that stuff, you know. And then some people may already know it, and it's like, yeah, we already know this, but there are other people like maybe they didn't know, and it helps them. So that's why I loved it when you guys, you know, in previous streams, you know, we've had new players come in there, and you guys have all been willing to help them. That was really awesome, and I appreciate it, because there is a learning curve in this game. There's a big learning curve, and I know I've said this before, and I'll say it again. But yeah, I always want to help people. I mean, when Dawn of the Dragon's Ascension was a thing, and you know, I was getting in on the ground level for that game, it was always about helping other players. And at least with that game, there was no content out there. The only content was, well, there was some early access reviews, and then no one was putting out any guides. And I thought, oh man, I need to do this. Of course, you know, I knew nothing about editing back then, really, and you know, I still, you know, I've learned quite a bit about editing and trying to make videos a little bit better, but always trying to be informative and taking the materials that are out there and put it together in a form that can help people. Of course, when I make my videos, all this that you hear me do now, I can cut all that out. Of course, when you're live streaming, though, it's like, it's like, dang, I do that way too much. A big ego on Toho. Yeah, I don't know him. I mean, I've seen some of his stuff. Don't get me wrong, but I don't really know him. Toho is a Grand Farmer servant, so does that mean that he like goes full Kraken to get the servants? Extreme says, who are we talking about? They're talking about Toho, I believe, on YouTube. Extreme says he is beyond Kraken. Okay, wow. Wow, that's if I mean, because I mean, does he get a lot of his servants up to NP5? Is that what happens with the 5 stars? Wow, that's some serious dough, if that's the case. But you know, all that stuff he can write off on his taxes, though. So, and he probably makes more than enough money to compensate that. So. That's why when you guys asked me the other day if I took off, if I would go, you know, kind of, you know, whale out more, and I'd probably spend a little bit more money on the game for sure. It would still be kind of hard. But if I spent more money on the game, it would have to be to make content, and I would have to really seriously educate myself better. You know, like, okay, Servant X is coming. I went all out on them. You know. Where can we use them? You know what I mean? Because that would be kind of a helpful video, I think. Okay, sorry, I'm just making sure I don't screw up here. Lucas says he plans to NP5 all SSRs. Extreme says all of his servants are NP5. Wow. Gato says he's SQ to farm. Dang. But then again, he is a pretty big channel, if I remember correctly, right? So he probably gets quite a bit of revenue to pay for that. Stream says day 1 Hokusai event, he gets her to NP5. Dang. Okay, yeah, that's some serious. I just know how much I know how much I spent. Like I said, it was over 500 SQ, and I got NP0. Well, I got NP1 Vlad, but yeah, wow, that's some serious hardcore spending there. That's a in the Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes game that I played, the one Kraken who spent like, I know, $20,000 or so on that game, but he did 2 different things. Though he actually shifted his channel from, and this is before he quit, he actually shifted his channel from focusing on all this Kraken material to, he said, you know what, I'm creating a free-to-play account. I'm going to start this game as free-to-play, and then you guys are going to see, if you're free to play, how best to utilize the characters. Now, that's a hero collector game, so you can get all of the characters. So there's a little bit of a difference there. But you know, that was why everyone loved Warrior's channel so much, is because he was putting out content to help free to play players. And he was putting out guides to show, okay, this is the servants you farm, not servants, this is the heroes you farm for first. You get the Phoenix Squad, and then you can get Commander Luke Skywalker, and you get Yoda, and you can get Emperor Palpatine, and Thrawn, and all kinds of other stuff. And yeah, that's what made his channel so good. But then, of course, he's quit now, so. But then the other 2 guys that I follow doing Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, you know, they're always looking out for the you know, less fortunate. I don't want to say that like in a negative way, but the players that aren't able to whale out like those guys are able to whale out. And so they're always trying to do things that those the free-to-play players. Ooh, good thing I remembered. That the free-to-play players will find helpful as well. They weren't going as deep as Warrior was, but you know, it was still helpful. So anyway, I know I'm rambling, and I apologize. I do that sometimes. But I am glad that my videos, you know, are somewhat helpful. And like I said, you know, that's what I want to do. If I learn something new, I want to spread it on to help others. So that's kind of my philosophy. Lucas says NP0. Well, that's true. I think we all have a lot of NP0 characters, right? Servants? Oh, what the heck? Wow, I almost got ganked again. What did I do wrong? Was my RNG just that bad? It was. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I may have to start targeting the assassin. That goes to show you how her NP doesn't do nearly the damage it really should. Because that popped all the deals, but the RNG, man, her Noble Phantasm did just weak damage. Weak damage. Kagata says, I like Studio Omega. They have a good weekly podcast talk called Let's Talk FGO. I need to look into that. Shez has a request of Thomas. Could you put Gentle Affection or Chaldea School on Archer? Lucas says I had NP0 for 4 months now. Oh man, this is oh, this is so ugly. Boy, I mean, look at that. Just a gnat's hair. Granted, he had guts on him, so he would have come back, but still. What does this do? Oh, it removes debuffs. Well, it does a heal too, but I don't really need that. Yeah, 4 turns. Could be worse. Kagata says they do news for both NA and JP and do a monthly lore topic. That's cool. Yeah, I'll have to check out some of their stuff. Oh man, because I'll admit, other than what I see on Twitter from the Japanese people that I follow, the artists, you know, I don't keep up too much with what's going on the JP servers, mainly because it's like, well, it's not going to get here for 2 years if it gets here at all. So Want Waiver got Hokusai. Well, Hokusai is not a bad thing to get in lieu of Waiver, but you know, Waiver is definitely a servant to have. Lucas says, I only look for new servants. Well, that's kind of what I see out of my Twitter feed. Is I always know there's some new banner that everyone wants because suddenly all these Japanese manga artists are posting their polls. Like, yay, I got this, or yay, I got that. Lucas says Hoku is best painter. All right, next round on the farm and grime. Oh man. Kagata says angry Vinci voices. Yeah, well, all I've got is angry Welsh noises. I don't have angry Vinci noises. All right, so because of the I'm definitely changing up things. I'm gonna target her just in case she's still alive. Ugh. I mean, the one reason I keep using Nero is because she has that extra. This attack up is 30%. Normally I would use it on her, but I'm using it on him to get through that third wave, especially, you know, if it's J Alter with that extra health pool. It's just disappointing that she's not hitting at NP2 with a 20% burst buff, and then I don't remember what this does, but this is my plug suit's at level 9, so near maxed out attack up damage there, and she sometimes doesn't hit for. Plus, she's got a CE that's supposed to increase her. I think her Buster and her NP, and still struggles to get 54,000 at times. That's really disappointing, to be honest. All right. Speaking of which, I need to drop that. Lucas says that never gets old. Yeah, it's one of my favorite. Luke also says Carmilla sometimes survives NP for me too. So that was the second time that where I didn't forget to do a buff up and didn't kill Carmilla, and maybe third time. And I almost lost Hijikata again. So that's why I'm going to be targeting whoever the assassin is. And then that way, if whoever the assassin is survives, the first hit will take them, and then hopefully I've got Hijikata bringing up the rear. Otherwise, it'll be not a good thing. Let's see. Buffs. Buffs and juice.
こういうのどうだつまんない連中だな他にやることないの
No bully Hiji. He gets his revenge though, so it's all good in the end. All good in the end. All right. Yep. All right, let's go.
誠の旗は不滅だ。切れ、進め、俺が新選組だ。裁きの時、世界を裂くは我が怪力。
Lucas says long break for Lottos after this one. Oh my goodness. Well, at least she didn't go invulnerable. Wow. Boy, the RNG has been really ugly. Yeah, that's how it works sometimes. Wait, did I read this? Lucas said long break for Lottos after this one. Yeah, especially since I think like we were saying every time the the next one is September Gilfest. All right, Bond 5 for Hijikata. So definitely by the time September rolls around, I'll probably be ready for another lottery for sure. And hopefully, you know, hopefully I can have 3-turn clear teams for that one. Because it definitely makes it better. Shay says, I lost my account for most of last year. I thought lottos were more common. Yeah, I think this, at the end here, the lottos we've had recently can easily give that false impression, because we've had the Christmas Lotto rerun, which granted was limited, and then we had Christmas Lottery regular, and then we had this one, and so having lotteries back to back so fast is, you know, definitely makes it feel like you would have more lotteries right in the year. Lucas said should have a good restock of apples for that. Yeah, yeah. There's usually a bunch of stuff that helps you get more apples back after a lottery. Because after Nero Fest, I was quickly back up to the 200s, the low 200s. Lucas says it was a harsh last couple of months with all this grinding. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I mean, that's why during the Christmas lottery, I was like, you know what, I'm done. I've got my 40th box. I don't have it in me. You know, there's still a ton of time left. You know, maybe I could have pulled another 5 boxes, 6 boxes, whatever. But it was like, I just can't do it. I'm done. I'm just done. So that will make Setsubun kind of a, you know, nice in a way that it's not a grind. It's more just like how high up, you know, can we get on the tower levels.
この正直者め。
行くぜ。いいだろう。
マナーのなっていない客きらめくぞ。
Lucas says, did you lose your account code or something, Shez? All right, target. Yes. You know what else is kind of a bummer is I got that to 10. Thinking it would alleviate the assassin problem, but yeah, sometimes RNG still goes against you. She says, yeah, my phone broke and it took a couple months for support to help get it back in. I guess I should be happy. I probably had the only level 80 Caligula. Lucas says, Carliza just doesn't want to go down. Oh, man. Swaparoo? Lucas says, I got my code in a few places just in case that happens, but that's a shame. And that's, you know, I'm sorry, there's no reason for for DW to have it designed that way. It doesn't take much to attach. Most mobile games, well, every other mobile game I have ever played outside of FGO, and granted that in the total percentage, it's a tiny percentage, so, you know, it's only anecdotal, but every other game, at a very minimum, had where you could attach your account to Google. And you didn't have this problem. You didn't have a problem of losing an account. So I've never understood why DW designed this game to have this highly complicated system. I guess their fear of cheaters is such that, you know, well, if some people lose some accounts, that's just tough on them. And I know a lot of people have lost accounts. If I ever lost my account, I'd be done. That'd be it. I was like, nope, I'm done. Gone. But yeah, to me, it's just something that just should be just attach the game to Google. No transfer codes. Just make it so that, you know, I can't play on 2 devices at once. Okay, that's common sense, but oh well. Lucas said, if I lost my account, I'd be so sad. The amount of time I put into this game. Haha. Yeah. Well, yeah, even more than... When I played Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, a lot of the farming was mitigated because you could just sim. You could sim battles, so like, you know, if you were farming for a hero or if you were farming for mats, you know, you could just sim through it real quick and just, you know, get your stuff and be gone. So yeah, the time sink for Fate Grand Order is quite high because everything is manual. There is no, you know, quality of life stuff to try to mitigate things, to speed things along. I mean, that was one of the reasons I got out of Marvel Strike Force. Is I was out of Fate Grand Order then, and I got into Marvel Strike Force briefly, and that became more of a time sink than I wanted. And they still had the stuff where you could sim things too, but they just had game nodes, kind of a it's not a tournament, but kind of like a tournament deal. I don't remember what they called it, but it was a player versus player mode where you kept rising up the ranks. It wasn't the normal PvP mode, but it was some sort of a they would pull up 3 different teams and you could choose which one you wanted to fight, but they would choose at random who they were, and as you went up in levels, the battles became tougher, but then the rewards became more. Yeah, we got everything right. And naturally, of course, they put all the good rewards in that mode of the game. Or a lot of good rewards, I should say. Premium currency, so... You know, that became a huge focus for everyone. But I was like, man, I don't have time to just sit in there and do all that stuff. But here I am doing Fate Grand Order. And it's massive time sink. But at least this isn't player versus player. I do not like player versus player stuff. That's just me personally. When it comes to games, I'm just not a player versus player person. Shay says, yeah, I was pretty much ready to quit, but I think they were like, oh, you're the guy with the grailed Caligula, Caesar, Romulus. Go ahead, your account is trash anyway. Here's the code. Oh my goodness, that's so they knew you from the fact that you had grailed Caligula, Caesar, and Romulus. Wow. Okay. James says, I don't mind PvP, but it really depends on the game. Something like this would not like PvP. Too pay to win. FPS can't stand. Something like Black Desert Online PvP is fun. Yeah, I would not want that. Yeah, all the player versus player in this game would definitely be pay to win, and that's how it was in Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, Marvel Strike Force, every other mobile game that I've ever played with player versus player. It's always been play to win on the PvP. So yeah, not that much fun. But I've not played Black Desert Online. Is that a you said FPS? Oh wait, no, FPS can't stand. What kind of a game is Black Desert? I don't know. I've heard of it, but I don't know it. Dr. Pill says, who are you getting for the 4-star ticket? I'm leaning toward Lancer Berserker to NP3, but I haven't made a final decision yet, Dr. Pill. But that's where I'm leaning. And it's mainly just for the wave clearing potential, and obviously the higher NP level, the more damage I can bring down on fools. Kagata says, I saw a great Carmilla meme. It was a trust no one, not even yourself one. It had Rider Carmilla with normal Carmilla behind her. Lucas says, FGO PvP would be a mess. Well, it would definitely, yeah, the only people who would be at the top of I think this is probably why they don't bring in player versus player into this game, is that all the servants are behind a paywall, all the 5 stars. So basically, only your Krakens and whales would be at the top. Now, granted, that's how it is in most games, even the Hero Collector games, but at least in those games, there's a chance for free-to-play players to make it fairly high if they play correctly. But in a game like this, where everything's behind a paywall, nope. No chance unless you're a Kraken or an Ultra Mega Whale. So Black Desert is a BDO MMO. Extreme thing is saying that I'm thinking NP2 Zerkala or Atalanta. Quick memes are the best memes. Yeah, I think you said that because you talked about Scotty once. Do I have the right one? Yes. I meant to hit the other one. That's all right. Kagato continues about the meme he was talking about. Then it pans back. Ah, bloody rubbish. Wow, I am really just... I'm actually doing worse now with her at 10, 10, 10 than I was with her at, 10, 8, 9. Wow. Wow. You stink, game. You really stink. Ah, yeah. So, RNG, there you go. It's a real thing in this game. Okay, so sorry, Kagato. Let me get back to your chat deal. Talking about the meme, and then it pans back to show Caster Liz or you yourself, and that pulls back to show Mecha or Robot Devil. Dr. Pill says not for gameplay. Oh, you don't want to know who we're getting for gameplay? Well, I don't know. Well, who are you gonna get, Dr. Pill? We'll throw that at you. And I always think in terms of gameplay, though. Mostly, I mean, but that's just. I know that everyone can play the game any way they want. So you know, it could be a waifu, husbando kind of a thing. It could be a you know, gameplay. It could be whatever, you know. Because there's another part of me that wouldn't mind getting Lancer Alter up to NP5 as well. But there are some 4-star servants that I don't have, and I don't mean the limited edition ones, but you know, the ones that are actually in the banner are eligible for you know, that are eligible for us to get. So you know, there's a thought that says, well, get another one of them, but then you know, I think nah. Not unless they're like ultra top tier or 4 stars. Let me guess, that screwed up? That's why it screwed up. It's not just RNG, I screwed up. No wonder. Alright, well, that'll explain some things. So I can't blame RNG there, I can just blame myself. Bakayaro! No. Extreme says, I like quick teams before they were cool. Lucas says, quick for the win. Umu, step it up. Yeah, that was my fault. But yeah, Dr. Pill, what are you gonna get for the 4-star? Inquiring minds want to know these things, don't you know? Oh, okay, sorry, you did say Dr. Pill, but it's being held. Why the smeg is that being held for? Sorry, Dr. Pill, I have no idea why they held your chat. You know, I need to look in my YouTube settings at some point in time. I need to make a note of that. YouTube chat. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can fix that now. Yeah, we got it. Yeah. Well, this doesn't say anything about chat. I'm gonna have to look in my master settings when I'm not streaming. I apologize, Dr. Pill. So Dr. Pill had said that he's getting Suzuka Gozen. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have that server or not? Let me look at my Twitch panel just to make sure there's nothing being blocked over there. Don't see anything though. Okay, now I understand why you were saying Suzuka goes in, but not for gameplay. You're getting Suzuka because you want the servant. Okay, well now it makes more sense to me. Bloody YouTube. Bloody YouTube. And that definitely is a YouTube thing, but I'll see if there's some sort of a. I'm sure they've got these settings set to, you know, try to stop trolls and bots and, you know, smegheads in general. But it's just bizarre to me that that certain just really innocuous chats get blocked by them for arbitrary reasons, and it's like, well, okay, I don't understand that at all. Coke. So who's getting the no pan box?
ここは新選組が引き受けた
Luca is deciding between Caster Gill or NP3 Zerkalot, or maybe even Shiba. Extreme says, a high school ballet girl who induces headaches with her annoying speech. Oh, that's the one you were talking about the other day, weren't you? Oh, man. All right, sorry. Oh yeah, that's Suzuka. I couldn't picture who that was. I think I do have her at NP2 now that I think about it. Was that you just typing dots there, Extreme? That wasn't Twitch being stupid, was it? Luca says Suzuka is so cool, right? Bad Luca. Okay, that was you. I just want to make sure there wasn't some weird censoring going on here. You never know. It's been one of those kind of days. All right, where are we at here?
いいだろう
マナーのなっていない客よな。
Oh, Kagato's got a blocked view. Let's see, what are you trying to say here? Okay, so Suzuka does canonically does not wear Hansu. Okay, gotcha. So you guys have opened up the Extreme showed a weakness in the chat. Pounces. You guys are funny. All right.
オリンピアプラウデーレ祭典の席を上げよきらめくぞ
黙ってろ
Extreme says, if I swear if I had a shiny sword icon.
お前を買うイルステリアすなわち
あれ
All right, I did not screw up that time, and yeah, we got through. This second round is like, All right, time to bring in Gil. Wow, that makes me want to have her at a higher Red P level. All right, time to rock.
よく見せてやる。宝物庫の鍵を開けて水郷よね。よく見るがいい。誠の旗は不滅だ。切れ、進め。俺が新選組だ。裁きの時だ。世界を裂くは我が大利権。
Goomy indeed.
君臨するとはこういうことよ。
Oh, what did we get to? Mystic Code to 10. Yay. There we go. Well, that's a little bit more damage. Just a little bit. It's weird, though. My goodness, I've been working on Plug Suit ever since I came back to the game. That's hilarious to me. Nope, can't use you. I must have someone with a 10 on the front end. Galen. Or Galan, however that's pronounced. That cat was loving it up there? Yep, absolutely. One thing I'll never do is even if I find something funny like a cat video, I will never post anything like that. I don't know if you guys have heard of Jukin Media, but man, they go around licensing whether the person actually has the rights to it or not, but they go around and pay people to license meme videos and or not meme videos, viral videos, and then they go around looking for if someone else has even shown even a second of said video. So, still images, I think I can get away with. I don't think they license that. It's just the video clips, so no video clips. Whoops, back. Do I have any pets? No. Once upon a time, I had fish. But when I made a move from one town to another, I was like, you know, I knew the job I was taking was going to take a lot of my time, and plus I just moving fish is a big pain in the butt. I mean, a big pain in the butt. So I gave them all away, and I gave my tanks away. Sometimes I still dream about that, though. It's so bizarre. I don't know what it means, but there are times where I'll dream that it's not my actual home, but in my dream scape it is, you know. I'll come home and it's like all of a sudden I'll think, oh my goodness, I haven't fed the fish in forever, and like you know, all the tanks are empty, and and you know, it's like somehow though fish are still alive, and even though there's no water in the tanks, but they're laying there on the ground. I'm like desperately, you know, trying to put more water in there or whatever, get some food for them. Go, man, how could I have neglected them for so long? So you've got a dog and two cats. I kept my parents' cat for a while they were looking for a place, and because I used to think I wanted a cat. Don't get me wrong, I like cats. I do. I like cats, but I got petted out after a month of keeping her. It's like, okay, yep, I'm tired of pet. I guess I'm a very selfish individual. This is probably why I never got married. All right, bring that level 10 attack up. Well, just to be safe, I actually got to use waiver, just in case she doesn't die. Shaz asks, can you keep a Tasmanian or a platypus, Luca? Tasmanian devil, yeah. So you really can't have a Tasmanian devil as a pet. I don't know why you would want one, though. Oh, he was saying they're native to Australia. Gotcha. Nope, not anymore. Oh, you're saying you cannot extreme? Oh, you're talking about Tasmanian devils. Unless they've been reintroduced, they're currently only found on the island of Tasmania. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Interesting. Oh, the teacher has spoken. Sensei. Swapperoo. Well, I don't like this. Well, I do have him, but still. Mm-mm-mm. Lucas says the only Tasmanian devils left are in my state. Oh, in Australia? And Extreme is double checking that. Oh, they're in captivity. Yeah, there's probably some zoo or something that has them in the US. I don't think I've ever seen one. Some of these cat and dog pictures are always hilarious to me. I don't even follow any of the things on Twitter, but this was from a Japanese artist. He's retweeting, or no, some one of the Japanese guys I'm following, he's retweeting a lot of cat stuff tonight for some reason. I've seen on YouTube's in some of these little tiny apartments where they're using the shoji dividers or doors to, as you know, just as room dividers, and you know, all they've got is just those little paper deals in the squares. The shoji themselves are just the wood deals going in a up and down, you know, basically making a checkerboard, not checkerboard, but you know, just a square pattern where they all intersect, and then they put the paper in those squares, and then people with cats, the cats basically have to bust every one of these things out. It's like, why would you even bother fixing the door if your cat is just gonna break it again and rip it, break through those squares? Anyway, where are we at here? There we go. San Diego Zoo has a Tasmanian devil. Stream says, I've not been to one in years. It's a good zoo. I haven't been to a zoo in years either. I think I was in my early 20s when the last time I was in a zoo. And yeah, but I've never been to San Diego though. That was the first one to breed pandas. She says, I named my cat after Perry the platypus, so I wanted him to meet his namesake one day. Luca said that'd be interesting. Ow. Thank you. Click the right things. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, T. This is where I don't get cats sometimes. I mean, there are literally 2 cats in this container thing. Oh my goodness. Okay, we do have one Hijikata up, thankfully. Oh my goodness. Extreme says, yeah, we taught China how to breed pandas in captivity. And Lucas says, poor Tasmanian devils. And then Container Cats talking about the post I showed a little bit ago. Yeah, this is it's a manga artist that I follow. And I guess he really likes cats, because he's definitely flooding his the zone with cat tweets that he's finding. Cats definitely make 0 sense. That's true. So, Luki, you said you have 2 cats. I mean, do they get along well, I guess? I guess they get along with a dog, too, if you got a dog, too. Chaz says, my mom's cat hates me, normally, but when he hears something scary, will only come to me to defend him. Funny how that works. My parents' cat hated me when I first started keeping her while my parents were looking for a place to live. And except at feed time, when she heard that can opener going, suddenly I wasn't too bad of a dude. But outside of that, it was like, alright, stay away from me. Don't look at me. Lucas says for the most part they get along. Yeah, his pets. Okay, that's cool. The dog can get a bit wild with the cats. Well, the cats also can decide they've had enough and smack a dog back. I've seen videos where that happens. Lucas says she's a cattle dog, so she has tons of energy. Ah, yeah. Oh, come on. All right, here we go again. Once more. Onto the breach. Okay, all right. Again, this is one of those deals where they've got, it's not totally spaghetti pasta underneath that, but it almost looks like some sort of meatloaf with a, or no, that's curry with a rice thing, and then on the right, okay, that's tonkatsu. Okay, it was taking me for a minute there, but having Parmesan cheese, I mean, okay, yeah, if I'm eating spaghetti, yeah, of course I'm having Parmesan cheese, but I am not having Parmesan cheese on curry, Japanese curry, and I'm not having it on tonkatsu either. Oh, man. And I'll even put Tabasco on spaghetti once in a blue moon, but I would not put Tabasco on the rest of this, so I do not, I don't get that at all. They call it the Big Roppongi Lunch at Yuon Shokudo. I guess that's the name of the restaurant. Lucas says the pets don't mind a mix-up. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Look, it says cats just love sleeping in the sunlight. That's pretty funny that cats chase the dog. I've actually seen quite a few YouTube videos where that's the case. Where the cat basically runs the roost, and you got these dogs that are just like, even sometimes the really hilarious ones are when the dog is like really huge, and it is like totally afraid of some cat. But I guess getting clawed once, you know. like, all right, maybe I'll think twice about messing with that fur ball. She says, yeah, he's kind of slow, so I don't think he realizes they're bigger and stronger than him. Just a farming. Yeah, we'll be farming. Farming. Ooh, doggy. Oh, man. It's like, man, I should be yammering, but it is difficult to do on an event like this where you're not doing anything interesting. Oh, man. Lucas says, next dog I get would be another rescue or a senior. Extreme says, I think I found a sure 3-turn comp, I think. Do tell, do tell. Wrong CE, no Gondor. Wrong CE. Oh man, this stinks. GQ. Well, you know, after having no problems, I'll always at least find at least one. Now freaking RNG's like, yeah, we're not gonna let you see a servant you want. Yeah, in the support. No. Why would we let you do that? You need to pick something you don't want. Oh, well, there's Josh. I haven't leveled up Cha-Cha, so that's the problem I need to do. Oh, that's right, I haven't leveled up Cha-Cha. That's another free servant I need to work on. So what's the full lineup? Sorry, I don't remember it. what Mordred was running. I remember, I think it was posted once, but I don't remember what it is, so. Lucas says, it makes me sad, seeing all the dogs at the shelters, especially the older ones. Yeah, I can understand that. Jess says, seniors are pretty rough. I got a senior cat 3 years ago, and she passed this Christmas. Yeah, I know when my parents' cat that I told you guys that I kept for a month, every year when my parents, before they retired, obviously, when they would go on vacation, I would get the cat for another 3 to 4 weeks, depending on how long they were gone. And toward the end there, yeah, it was pretty sad seeing, you know, my parents' elderly cat. The last time I kept her, when I was driving her back to my house, she had an accident in the carrier, and yeah, it was really sad. It was really sad. They ended up having to put her down. Jim says, if you want to talk about senior cats, my aunt has a cat that is pushing 20 years old. That thing is on 3 shots a day plus a cocktail pill. She won't let it die. Wow. Yeah, see, my parents were not, as much as my parents loved the cat, and it was, you know, you keep the cat alive, but it's still suffering terribly, and so they weren't even going to get another pet at all when they retired, and we're having a home built in Florida. Some idiot went and dumped a puppy on their property, and they found it, and you know, it was covered in fire ants. Hey, Quicksilver, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Much obliged. Glad to have you here. Yeah, the poor dog was they rescued it, and the dog was probably it was a little puppy. It was probably abused for sure, but they took it in, you know, got it, you know, obviously took it to the vet and got it healed. It still has a little bit of a back leg problem, but it's just like one of the biggest, friendliest dogs ever. And my dad says, you know, it's an awesome dog when your mom lets it into the house. So, plus the dog loves my nieces and nephews, so. Oh, AstroNerdBoy, quick, cheerful topic. We have, yes, we do. And YouTube, well, I don't know if these numbers are right, but it's possible. YouTube gets all whacked on numbers sometimes, but YouTube might have bottomed out too. But anyway, thanks for joining, quick. What breed of dog? You know, they sent me, it's I think they had that tested. It's it's pedigree. It's got all kinds of stuff in it. I'd have to go look. They sent it to me once, but my memory is like a sieve, so I don't even remember. Dadgummit, you know what I was going to do today? Alright, I gotta do that tonight. I gotta jet off some videos to my storage. Okay, where are we at? Yeah.
夏の話題を独り占めだな。見せ場だ。任せるがよい。
I hope I get my normal vacation time this summer, even though it'll mean like 3 weeks, you know, no streaming, no nothing during the summer, but it's always good to get the batteries recharged. Excuse me, sorry.
夏の話題を独り占めだな。
Oh, that was something else I didn't do. I didn't check why I didn't get alert on that raid yesterday. Ah, Luca speaks Spanish. Wow. I do not speak Spanish, so I barely speak English. And I know I still remember a tiny bit of
オリン
Japanese.
ピアプラウデーレ。
Enough to make
祭
me
典の席をあげよう。マナーのなっていない客
annoying, I
には
guess, to some. When I complain about certain things in my blog reviews.
劇場は海より近い。見るがよい。これぞ誉れ歌うイルステリア。すなわち大輪の花時。
A cheerful topic. You know, that's something I want to look for. While I'm thinking about these things. When is the new Clone Wars season coming out? Because that's what I want to know. Genki desu. Extreme San. Shez says, barely speak English, same. Luca, Hiji with a finisher, yeah. You know, he's been very helpful in this event, and this is the first time I've used him, so... Yeah, definitely... Definitely. And it's all because of that, you know, buster up that he does here, which I'm... Oh yeah, no, I am going to use that here. For a minute there, I was like, I'm not going to use that. But, that would be an incorrect statement. We're on the third round.
他にやることないの？こういうのどうだ？
Yeah, Extreme, you'll get Japanese exposure all the time. Starting this summer. Born and raised in New York City. New York City! But ethnicity from Fiji, though. Yeah, I've only been to New York the one time. Of course, when I go out to New Jersey, I'll be able to look into Manhattan again, but I won't have time to visit. Full Aussie here, says Luca. Yo, sir. Huh. So we got like what, a couple boxes there and 3 boxes there. Extreme says Texan. Hey, you're like my buddy Western Otaku. Also Texan. Yeah, I go through Texas every year when I drive through. But usually I'm like, you know, I'm trying to warp through. So I usually stay in Amarillo one night, and then the next day I smoke all the way across to Louisiana. Yeah, Texas is so big, it covers, you know, on the east side, you've got more of a, like, southern U.S. Area, and then on the west side, Dallas being the dividing line, then it becomes more of an arid area. But yeah, when I drive down, I'm hitting. I come down, and hit Amarillo, and then jet across through Dallas and into Shreveport, Louisiana. Sorry, I'm over here thinking, what am I doing this right? So it says I've been to Sydney, but only for a connect to Fiji. And the only thing I've ever seen from Australia is just like whatever I've seen on TV, whether it was the Crocodile Hunter show or what was that movie with it came out, I think it was in the late 80s or maybe early 90s. The main character was like Mick Dundee. Yeah. And then whatever other shows I've ever seen on TV where Australia has come up. So. Lucas says, I had a few mates from Dallas over the internet. Yeah, Dallas is massive. Dallas Fort Worth, good grief. That takes a while to traverse. Chez says, Astro, aren't you in Colorado? Why do you go to Texas? When I go to visit my relatives in Florida. So I'm in North Colorado. I drive to South Colorado and spend to see my brother there. And then I drive down to Amarillo. It's a fairly short day, but there's a hotel chain that I like to stay at, and so they have a hotel in Amarillo, so I stay there for the points, and then from there I jet across Texas to Louisiana, and then from Louisiana I go down to Florida. So that's the reason. What's ironic is I've done the trip ever since I was a little kid. When I lived in Florida, when my parents lived in Florida, we would travel that route to go when my grandparents were in Colorado. So the route always has a certain nostalgic element to me. Crocodile Dundee, yeah, that's it. That's the name of the movie. I haven't watched that in years. I like the first one. I don't even remember the second one. And then I think they did a third one too, or third something, but Stream says, second biggest state, we have forest, hills, mountains, beach, swamp, tornadoes, hurricanes, hail, snow, rain, you name it, we got it, better or for worse. Yeah, the first Crocodile Dundee, I don't even remember the second one. The first one I really liked. Yeah, I lived in Texas for a little while. I was stationed at Dyess Air Force Base. Oh, come on. That's not what I meant to do. I will say Texas has the worst ice storms that I've ever been through. I know there was one that came through when I was at Dyess. And there was literally half an inch of, or more, or actually probably more, of ice though on all the steps going down. All the steps in the dorm were exterior steps, and oh my goodness, I literally had to just slide down the steps on my butt. I was wearing my BDUs, and then the grass was nothing but, you know, ice. But it was a little bit easier to walk on that than on the sidewalk. And then I got to the parking lot, and there was no calling in for frickin' ice. You're in the military, you don't get to call in like that. If I'd have been a civilian, I would have, like, I'm working from home today. But in the military, you know, no such luck. You know, you get your butt in there. Yeah, that was like one of the scariest. It wasn't even that long of a drive, and I was on base driving from one on base location to the other, and that was like the scariest drive ever, because it was just creeping along. You were just sliding. There was just so much ice on all the roads. I'd never experienced anything like it ever. And if I'd known about rock salt back then, I would have definitely had that. And I would have been sprinkling that in my path so I could walk on it. Luca asks, was it in the Air Force? Yes. Extreme says, I bet it was windy. It may have been. All I remember is the ice. Because all I kept thinking was like, I'm gonna break a bone. I'm gonna fall on my butt, or I'm gonna otherwise do something. I'm gonna break a bone. And then when I got to my car, all I could think of is, I'm gonna wreck. I'm gonna wreck. But yeah, when you're in the military, you do not get to, you don't get to say, yeah, I'm not coming in because of ice. But yeah, that was a wild. I'd never experienced anything like that. The only other thing, and it wasn't an ice storm, it was just one apartment I lived in Colorado. Whenever the snow melted, it caused some of the steps to ice up overnight, and so I literally kept a thing of rock salt in my car. And when I got out of the car, when I got up to those steps, I just like pouring generous amounts of rock salt there, so it would try to melt off some and then give me something to grip on. And then when I left the next night to go to work, You know, I was salting the steps again. Fun times, fun times. Wait a minute, cancel. All right. But it probably was windy, you know. The only other time that I had ice problems, and it was also in Texas. But I don't remember the name of the town. But it's over on the west side and kind of northwest. But you know, I never paid attention to how many overpasses that town had until I went through during a one of these winter storms, and every bridge was a freaking ice nightmare. It was like there were tons of them. And I was seriously regretting. At that time, I was dating a girl, and she convinced me to delay my trip for a day. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll do it. And boy, that was a mistake, because that's how I got caught up in all that mess. But that's why I don't do road trips in the winter anymore. I'm not gonna risk the ice of going through Texas and New Mexico. Or the snows in Colorado, for that matter, if it starts snowing. It's bad enough if you get one of these torrential downpours in Texas. My goodness. I hit one of those last year. My brother texted me. I could see it in the distance, because when you're in the west side of Texas, you can see for miles and miles, literally. And I could see it looking quite ugly up ahead, and my brother sent me a text. And I pulled over to read it, and then I said, you know what, I don't want to be pulled over, I want to be on the road. So I called him and got back on the road, because my vehicle has one of the phone system in the vehicle, so I don't have to hold the phone. Plus I was using my phone as a GPS anyway in the dash, so my brother was giving me live updates on the storm. And wow, when that sucker hit, I literally could not see. I had just hit a town, fortunately, and so I pulled over into this gas station, and I was stuck there for a good 15-20 minutes. And then there were streets flooded, because in Texas a lot of roads turn into drainage canals. Oh my goodness. Ah, man, fun times. That was definitely a fun trip coming back. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to chat. And let me get this going real quick. Shez says, oh, fellow AF, I was reserve in Georgia. Awesome. So you've been to Lackland. Oof. BDU, ABU, where you at? Where it's at, sorry. So Lucas says, sounds crazy. Woohoo! And Extreme says, yeah, driving on ice is not fun. There's no traction, not even for a four-wheel drive. Yeah, in fact, I have a four-wheel drive, but a lot of four-wheel drive owners make the mistake of thinking that just because they have a four-wheel drive that they can go faster. Wrong. I mean, a four-wheel drive may help you to get grip if there's like little patches, because you got four wheels trying to turn, right? So one of them gets a grip, you know, you can kind of get some momentum. But when it comes to stopping, a four-wheel drive is no different from a two-wheel drive. You're on ice, all you're doing is slip sliding away, literally. and it ain't fun. And black ice, where you don't even notice it, and you just hit it, and it's like woohoo. Yeah, not fun. Not fun at all. That's why, though. That's why in Colorado, it's kind of it's almost like a cliched joke. Whenever we get these snowstorms, a lot of times it's the four-wheel drives that end up being in the ditch more so than regular vehicles. And it's because you got people who, you know, they make assumptions that, hey, four-wheel drive fix everything. No, it doesn't. I mean, I go into four-wheel drive whenever it snows, don't get me wrong, but I am creeping along. And I am keeping a safe distance from the guy in front of me, because I don't want us to go sliding up into his backside, you know, if something happens. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Oh. Lucas says ice attacks in Texas. Nikki, I can't use your deal. You need to get your way, Nick. You need to get him. You need to get his first skill up. Kaya. Well, Kaya has been elevating because I think these were at 5 earlier, so at least Kaya's working on getting those skills up. And now we gotta go through the freaking update. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Oh, this is terrible. Now the RNG is just like on the support. This whole event I've had like almost no problem. Just the occasional refresh. Boy, howdy tonight. There we go. Zen's back. Extreme says, thankfully, snow ice storms in Texas are not common. Rain, however, yeah. W2F RNG. Was that for the game or for the rain? Because it could be either. From what I've heard, I thought it was super hot in Texas. Texas can be very hot, but in the wintertime, you know, it can be chilly just like anywhere else. But it was like Extreme says, Texas is so huge as a state, and it covers a lot of different areas. So you do have the dry, hot, arid west, but you've got the humid, hot east. But you also have, you know, some areas further north that's not nearly you know, not nearly as bad. But I always drive through now during summertime. And thankfully there was a couple years there where they freaking every road that I was traveling on, 287, 87, I-20. No, not so much I-20, but especially going through Dallas, though. It was all torn up in construction. Oh, that was a nightmare. It was like, thank God for GPS. I don't know what we did before GPS. I have Google Maps taking me all kinds of weird places in Dallas. Including some like, I'm not sure I want to be here. All right, Extreme says, so wave 1 Arash, 9 out of 10 will one-shot everything. Yeah, that's been my experience. Not only did he not kill the wave, but neither did Cha-Cha or Zerkalot Buster cards. Wow. Wow, that is a bad RNG. Left Fion alive, he evades, kills Cha-Cha, whole run ruined in the first wave. Wow. Ouch. Shez says Lackland is flat. During the summer, we had 100 degree Fahrenheit every day during basic military training, but during winter, the wind blows in your bones. Yeah, I was there during winter when I was in basic. I was there for, came in just before Thanksgiving and left just after New Year's. So, and what really sucked, because I'm sure you did this too in basic, where you sleep on top of your covers because it makes it so you can make your bed faster in the morning when you got 5 minutes to make a bed. And so all you have to do is just do a little bit of neatening. And man, there were some cold nights at Lackland. And I know we had a really bad cold front come through, and I said, you know what, F it, I'm getting under the covers tonight. I'll run the risk of the TI, you know, chewing me a new one. But I am getting under these covers because it's blasted cold. All right. Luca asks, what are you running on Arash? Is that to me or to Extreme? Extreme says still torn up with traffic. Last year, though, last summer it seemed to be, or maybe Google Maps took me through some areas. But I was also thinking about the some of the little small towns in Texas. When you're coming down, not an interstate, when you're coming down the highway. I don't know how the roads are in Australia, but the interstates are our freeway, so they're basically wide open. There's no stoplights, there's nothing like that. But the highways, you can have long stretches where they're wide open, but in Texas, the one highway I have to go down, there's some little town every few miles, and you basically go from 70 miles an hour and you have to go down to 35 in rapid order. And that whole stretch, every town was being torn up one year, and it was just, it was awful. And then Google Maps was trying to alt-route me, and they were taking me to stupid places that ended up being no help at all. And that's when you learn that Google Maps is awesome when it's awesome, but when it ain't, it is awful. But last year, all those little towns, and that may be why my memory of everything is better, is that all the construction in all these little towns was done. So it was pretty much, except for one maybe. I don't remember which town it was. But yeah, there were one of those little towns. I got pulled over one year for having Colorado license tags, literally. officially that wasn't the reason, but unofficially that was most definitely the reason, because Colorado legalized marijuana.
中だな。他にやることないの？
So the cops pulled me over and they had
つまり中だな。
backup even, and I'm going, are you joking? Now their official excuse was you're speeding, and I was like, okay, maybe I was going a mile over the speed limit, maybe, but it was like, no, I was not, because I always take those little towns very carefully, because I know they're always looking to pull people over, not just in Texas, it can be just about anywhere. Yeah, that was, I lost a whole bloody hour. They wanted to search my vehicle. They were like all kinds of stuff, but in the end, they didn't, thankfully. They ended up letting me go with a warning. Don't speed next time. And all I said was, yes, ma'am. They actually had me get into their vehicle. I'd never been in a police vehicle before. Or at least not in that capacity. As some kind of crime suspect. Oh, man. But when I go through Dallas now, this is why I probably think it's better too, is I usually end up taking tollways now. And Google Maps has me going through tollways a lot, and so I think that's why I avoid a lot of construction now. Lucas says, oh, the roads near my place are terrible. They're always under construction or getting changed. Shez asks, did you ever gargoyle the TI? Okay, I'm gonna have to confess, I don't even know what gargoyling a TI is. All I know is that basically it was, I had been in marching band, so I already knew how to march, keep time, dress right dress. I knew all that stuff, so that part of basic was easy for me. But, and Air Force basic training is the easiest of the lot. There's, I'm never going to deny that. And back when I was in, it was 6 weeks. They've now changed it so it's 8 weeks. But back then it was 6 weeks. Zephyr says, and back to QP hell. Yep, it's that's the way of things. Okay, Alans, there we go. So yeah, I don't know about gargoyling. I know the female TIs were the worst. And then we had some idiot from California who, this is back when TIs could be a lot more politically incorrect. But they basically asked if there were any California Fs out there. And some stupid idiot raised his hand. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, you've got to be joking. Why would anyone raise your hand? Why? And out of the woodwork, TIs just came from everywhere. And they're just screaming at him and using, all the obscenities. And Eddie Murphy's Raw, they were basically making references to that and and other type references. So, but because of Eddie Murphy's Raw, every time that guy would walk down the aisle, we'd go, woo, 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 pull over, pull over. So if you've seen Raw, you'll get the joke, but I dare not risk going beyond that. Oh, wait a minute, did I just do something stupid? No, I did not, okay. I don't think I did. Extreme said, I tried sleeping on the covers, couldn't do it, but I learned how to make a bed look really good really quickly in a short period of time. That's a gargoyle? No, I never did that. Good grief. I don't think anyone ever did that. Okay, that's so bizarre that, oh, well, okay, you're on Twitch. I was gonna say, wait, that actually made it through? But you're on Twitch, not on YouTube. But even YouTube didn't even block Restream on that, so. No, never did anything like that. We never did anything like that. Extreme says there's a town like that along I-10 in New Mexico. Goes from 70 to 40, and the entire town's police force sit right there waiting to clock you. Oh yeah, New Mexico's the worst on that. They're worse than Texas. Even though I got busted in Texas, yeah, because New Mexico, this well, at least where I drive, the little towns, the little pissant towns that you go through, the speed limit drop is way worse than it is in Texas. I mean, you literally have to crawl through the New Mexico towns. You have to kind of creep through slowly, but you're faster in the Texas town than you are in the New Mexico towns. But yeah, they seem to like to gang up right outside on each city limits. Yeah, whew. Last year, now this was in Louisiana on what is it, I-49. They like to just populate the sides of the interstate with cops. But at least they did open that up to 70, at least stretches of it. That's 70 miles per hour for those of you not in America. Okay. Luca, AstroNerdBoy suspect. Yeah, I'm way behind on chat, I think. Well, no, I'm catching up. So someone actually did this gargoyle maneuver in basic training to a TI. My goodness. My goodness. No. I mean, I can't even imagine anyone doing that in mine. We had some nutcases too, but none of them would ever go that far. Give me a 341. I wonder. I don't even think I have any of my old 341s. I may still have one. For those who don't know, that's the Air Force. They in the Army and the Marines for sure. They'll, it's like drop and give me 20, like push-ups or something. But in the Air Force, instead of having to drop and give you push-ups, you had to give them a a Form 341, which is like the size of a postcard, and it had all your information on it. And you know, they'd always make a big deal about if they took a 341, it went into your record. You know, as well, before I do that, let me make sure. Yep. They tried to make it seem like it was a big deal, but in reality, I don't think anyone ever cared about 341s, if you had them in your file or not. But yeah, I always had plenty of them on me. You were only supposed to have 2. And I always carried more just in case. Just in case the TI decided to be a jerk and take some from me for no reason, and then I'd have spares. Never catching me off guard. I got called into the TI day room once though, so they could read me a new one about something dumb. It was just totally dumb. But they were blasting music in there, and we weren't allowed to have music obviously during basic training. So I was listening to the jam. Just, sir, yes sir, sir, no sir. Sir, I don't know, sir. Basically, my mouth was on autopilot. But in my head, I was listening to, it was Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock song. Yeah, that dates me right there, doesn't it? He's an old man, and he's playing a mobile game. Okay, let me back up and chat here. Oh yeah, about how I got pulled over, yeah. Well, you know, I could have been a Luca, I could have been a marijuana smuggler, you know? They weren't gonna have none of that. Yeah. I am very careful when I drive through New Mexico and Texas. At least on the west side of Texas. So Extreme says, here's a story for you. I was driving from California to Texas. There was a family in a minivan behind me, and the dad thought he was being clever by using me as the bait car for police. We were doing 90 easily. Well, I had made this drive before, and a new town was coming up. We were in New Mexico. So at the last second, I dropped a lane and slammed on brakes. Minivan goes into town at 80 trying to copy me. They got nailed and skated on through, getting off scot-free. I did not feel bad. Don't ever tailgate me. No, I do not tailgate others, but I will tell you this, that if I was going to use you as the bait car, I'm letting you smoke out in front of me. If we're going 90 easily, I'm letting you have like a good 100 or more yards in front of me. Because that way, if you do, that way you're, yeah, that way you're flushing out the cop. You know, I'm not gonna tailgate you. I mean, that's just dumb. Because I've seen the last time. Well, no. The last time I was pulled over in Colorado. They had some bloody stop set up under a bridge, and they had just tons and tons of cops under there, and they were basically pulling everyone over because this was a stretch where everyone always went like 5-10 miles over the speed limit. I mean, you're on the interstate. There's no real reason for the speed limit to be as slow as it is there, and so it's a 65, and everyone's usually going 75 there, and so basically it was that suburb of Denver, it was their way of going, okay, we're gonna collect a whole boatload of revenue, and so they were just point that, and so it was like $100 ticket, and they had just tons of people pulled over. I couldn't even get mad because I mean there was a part of me that was irritated, of course, because I mean it's a scheme. Yes, I was breaking the law. Okay, you got me. But you know, it was pretty clear they were just pulling people over left and right. So, but that right there, I mean, just if you're in a convoy, they can pull over the whole convoy. So yeah, when it comes to speeding, if someone's doing 90 and I want to do 90, I give them plenty of room to run in front of me. But yeah, Luca, yeah, I understand what you mean though about the story about how I got pulled over. Pro play extreme, says Luca. Just enjoying the tunes. The ones playing on this stream, or just in general where you're at? Should have said skated on through. Gotcha. Extreme said, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Leave a distance. He was clearly new to it. Yeah, that's... Well, you know what I do, though? If someone gets on my rear, because well, Texas, I try to follow the laws of the road. I don't live in the left lane unless the right lane is kind of congested and the left lane is what's going, but I try to pull over to the right lane. But if I happen to be running in the left lane for whatever reason, and someone comes up on my backside hard, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna smoke it to get clear of whatever is on the right lane, and then I'm gonna pull over and let them get around me. It's like, go on, I'm not gonna block you. Oh, yeah, when they were having to go at you in there in the TI day room? Yeah. Just enjoying the tunes? Yeah. That's why, what is it? Yeah, you know, I can't believe I don't even remember the name of the song. I think it's It Takes Two. Yeah, it's It Takes Two is the name of the song. And that's why that's my favorite rap song to this day. Yeah, when I was in Louisiana last year, because I've changed up my, I'm not changing up my route. I've just changed up how I break up my day. Because 12-hour days, 12 hours on the road is no fun. So that's why I no longer stop at, I used to drive from Amarillo all the way down to Lafayette, Louisiana. And that's a hard 12-hour day. So now I stop at Shreveport. But because I stop at Shreveport, when I start heading east out of Louisiana, they don't have me go all the way down to I-10. They have me pick up I-10 somewhere closer to New Orleans. Actually, I do I-12 through New Orleans to bypass New Orleans completely. But anyway, I was on this other road that they had me go on because it actually does save time than going all the way down to I-10 and cutting over. And there was a truck pulled over, and it was a white truck. And this is when I learned that cops today, at least in America, have camouflage paint jobs. And what I mean by camouflage is this was a white vehicle, and it had decals on it, but you can't see them unless the light hits it just right. Otherwise, it looks white. And then, you know, so right as I'm speeding down this road, I'm going only 5 over. Because it's not a great highway, but you know, there was no one in front of me, so, and it was just a pickup truck. You know, it wasn't like a normal, no No lights on top, no nothing. And I don't know why I hit that one, but oh well. But I get up on him, and as I'm coming up on him, because I'm like, you know, it looks like there's someone in this truck. Maybe they're in trouble. Let me just see. And then it's like, wait, that's a freaking someone in a cop deal. And then the door, because now I was up beside him, the door was like, you know, whatever sheriff's department. And he didn't pull me over, but he did flick his lights and his siren on real quick. Woo! And I was like, oh, you gotta be joking. Like, great. Now, one more thing I gotta pay attention to. The stealth. Pickup truck as a cop car. And not only a pickup truck, but a pickup truck with the decals that used to be, you know, clearly visible, like, hey, this is so-and-so police department, where now it's like you don't know it until you're right up on it, and then only then is it somewhat visible. That's why, like, Google Maps has added that feature where people can report where cops have speed traps and stuff like that. It's like, woohoo! I know the cops hate them, but it's like, hey, this is an awesome feature. Don't ever let it go. When I get to talking too much, I start like, okay, gotta pay attention. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Because I have jacked up, but I think I got everything okay this time. Oh my goodness. Sorry, midnight. Alright, let me back up on chat because I'm behind. Well, technically a day room in the military is like it's supposed to be like a break room, officially. You know, we had day rooms in our dorms and stuff. But in basic training, the day room was the only time we ever used it for non-training purposes was right there at the end. But we avoided it like the plague because we didn't want it to get fouled up. So, but the TIs had their own day room. But it's basically a big break room. You know, there's couches in there. You know, fridge. You know, they had all their snack stuff in there. TVs. Big old stereo system. I mean, a big honking stereo system. This thing was massive. You know, they had these like 6-foot Polk audio speakers, or Polk audio speakers, whatever the brand is. So yeah, that's where they hang out when they're not, you know, when they're taking a break. But you know, that's when I got dragged in there to have them. Yeah, chew me up one side and down the other. But we never went into our dorm day room. Now, when I was in tech school, we did the day room. Oh my goodness, there's some stories. You can tell. I can't believe we got away with it like that, but on the weekends, our day room was basically had porn going non-stop. I don't even know how. I don't know how we got away with that. As I look back on it, but we. Oh my goodness. And when I was in Japan, the day rooms. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, although the day rooms in Japan also had arcade games and pinball and stuff. Yeah, that reminds me, man. I was still fairly new in Japan. I'd only been there a few days, and so I didn't have a TV in my dorm room, and I had the day off, and so I was gonna watch some TV, and I went to the day room on our floor, and there were a bunch of Japanese workers in there on lunch break, and what are they watching? Tora, Tora, Tora. And I'm going, okay, do I want to sit in this room with a bunch of Japanese people play it where a movie's being played where we're kicking Japanese bottom in World War II? So I decided to read a book instead. I guess I didn't need to watch TV that badly. Alright, let me catch up on chat here. Sorry. James says, thankfully most in Texas are used to that. Then we got an influx of people moving here from California. Now everyone lives in the left lane at 10 miles under and refuses to move. Yeah, we got that in Colorado too. It's insane. That's why I'm glad I don't have to commute anywhere anymore. On those rare times where I go someplace, you know, to meet up with friends or something, or like, you know, go visit my brother or something. Yeah, it just drives me nuts. Like, get the freak out of the way. Extreme says, unless they are specifically undercover cars, though, they have to be clearly marked. Well, what I've noticed is that they try to be more and more sneaky about it. And then they can say, oh, well, we're not, we're marked. We're clearly marked. And in a way, they can say that. It's just that you don't notice the markings until you're right up on them because they blend in. It's terrible. Lucas has tons of undercovers in Australia. You know what? That is my only experience with Tora Tora Tora, and so I've never watched it, to be honest, other than the few moments that I watched in there. Oh, I know what bothered me. It wasn't that. It wasn't necessarily the movie. I remember. I don't know if any of you were stationed overseas, but when you go overseas, at least when I was in the military, obviously they're not going to play normal commercials, or they didn't. And so, instead of regular commercials, they would play these idiotic, either really idiotic, insult your intelligence things like, you know, don't do this, don't do that. And they were so poorly acted by Air Force people. Or they would have, you know, let's celebrate American heroes. And yeah, one of the ads that and there's, I don't even understand, why would you even have an ad break in when no one's paying for it? But for whatever bizarro reason, Armed Forces television and radio would insert these stupid advertising segments, and the one advertising segment they inserted into Tora 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 was, you know, somebody during World War II. They talked about how many Japanese he slaughtered. Like I said, I wasn't in there for very long. Tora 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 was on, and that was already uncomfortable enough with those Japanese workers there. And then some ad comes on, and, you know, it's, hey, this guy slaughtered a whole bunch of Japanese people. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm definitely out of here now. Honestly, says Extreme, the most realistic movie in terms of Pearl Harbor. I saw that one movie, when was it? That came out this last summer, Midway, which had a thing about Pearl Harbor in it too. Yeah, that was a movie that had a lot of special effects and not a lot of story. I couldn't hardly remember anyone's character, and I certainly didn't care about them. And they were all supposed to be real people too, and that was what made it even worse. But Woody Harrelson played a good Admiral Nimitz. I think he was Nimitz. But yeah, Extreme, I'm about to wrap things up as soon as I empty off my energy. But thanks for coming by as always. I appreciate it. All right, try and remember what I'm trying to do here. But I'm really glad I got to go to Japan, though. It was, you know, that one uncomfortable moment aside, and you know, being chased by an anti-American demonstration one time notwithstanding, you know, the rest of my time was awesome there. And I know Extreme is going there this summer, and he'll have an awesome time. He will be a teacher, though, whereas I was just the Baka Gaijin military person. Although, to be honest, though, the Japanese were awesome. I mean, I can't tell you how many times Japanese people just, you know, we'd be out in whatever suburb of Tokyo, and, you know, Japanese people would come up wanting to practice their English on you. So, by the end of my tour in Japan, I actually got to understand English and that really bad broken English really quite well. I was actually pretty good at it. Not good at it anymore, but I was back then. And I could actually visually distinguish between Japanese and Chinese and Koreans, which was something I could not do before I went to Japan. I have a hard time now because I haven't been there for a while, but when you're in country, it's amazing how you start learning the differences, not just audially. Obviously, Japanese doesn't sound like Chinese, and Chinese doesn't sound like Korean, but just, you know, being able to detect, you know, it's like, oh, that person's Chinese. Whereas, you know, I would have said, oh, they're all Asian. I don't know if they're Japanese, Chinese, or what. All right. Whoops, back. I think I didn't do this. Yep. So, trip. Well, every time I take a trip, it's pretty cool. But yeah, my time in Japan was awesome, if that's what you're referring to. And I want to go back. I think I mentioned this in another stream that my buddies that I was stationed with and I got together. One of our comrades is in Colorado Springs, but he had a stroke, so he can't travel. So we all came to him, so he could participate in the reunion. And yeah, we talked about how we'd love to be able to go back. Oh boy, this is not good. All right, I got to do him and then him. Japan is on my bucket list, says Luca. Yeah, it's definitely a good place to visit, definitely. And Extreme will be over there this summer, so that would actually be hilarious. Hey, Extreme, welcome to Japan. Mind if I hang out with you? Anyway. Anyway. All right, yeah, sorry. Swapperoo, swapperoo. Whoop, 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 whoop. Swap. You know, I'm going to have to remember Hijikata for future lineups because of his overall buster up. I'm definitely going to have to remember him. Now I've got a good... Now I have a choice between him and my other single target. Not hurt, but Kintaka. Ah, heck. Oh, he's got the... Jeez. I told you my name. My memory is just... I know why I'm so bad at names. He has the 4-star rider version too. But now then I'm tempted to start bringing him in, especially if I have 2 single target berserkers for whatever reason, and have him with his buster up be able to, you know, do my Hercules. That could be quite awesome, but we'll see how it goes if that situation comes up. Kentucky, yes, thank you for the bailout. Lucas is extreme moving over there. Yes, he got a job as a teacher, working in the Japanese school system. They hire Western folks to teach. Well, there's a company over there that does it. So, as I understand it, he'll be in the Japanese school system. He'll be out in the country though, more than the city. But it's an amazing thing. They have those conversation schools too. But yeah, I think his is actually with the he's contracted with the Japanese school system, so he'll actually be in an actual Japanese classroom teaching Japanese students. The conversation class is just like casual people. Yeah, you know, it's not as great of a thing, because the goal there is less about teaching adults and whoever English. It's more about getting them to pay that monthly fee. So, but yeah, Extreme was talking about how yeah, he's got his diploma paperwork now, so that he could have that sent over, but not in time for him to go for the spring session, but but he would be able to go this summer. Well, I don't know how school terms are in Japan. I mean, in Australia. I know in America, you know, normally we have summer off, but you know, they do. They had. I mean, well, they have breaks in Japan, but you know, it's not quite the same as what is in America, from what I gather. Not quite as long, I should say. All right, I'm going to do one more fight. I'm going to burn 2 more bronze apples, and then I'm going to call it a night. And then that's I won't unfortunately be able to stream again until until Friday. And that's assuming I get back from Jersey with no problems. Oh, what's this? Sorry. Oh, that's Josh. So yeah, definitely want to use Josh. So yeah, I haven't met anyone who worked in the actual school system. I've only known some folks or met online some folks who did the conversation stuff. Because at one point in time, I was looking into it because you didn't need a degree. I don't have a degree. That's one of my problems. So that's why I could not get a job like Extreme got. I don't have a degree. But for at least at the time, the conversational English stuff, you didn't necessarily need a degree to get a job. And I thought, oh yeah, I'd like to work over there. So I was researching it, and I was reaching out to people who'd done it and talking to them, and ultimately decided to pass on it because the oh man, it was not, yeah, I would not have liked working under the rules that they worked under. In the conversation classes, you can't fraternize with your students. And what I mean by fraternize, I mean you can't, I'm not talking about doing anything romantic or whatever. I'm talking you can't even be friends with them. And it's like, well, the whole purpose of me going to Japan is to meet people and make friends. And now then you're saying that, you know, all the people that I have in my class, I can't be friends with them because that would interfere with your money-making scheme. So it's like, no, I don't want to do that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to companies making money. That's not the point. But you know, I guess their whole fear is that if you're hanging out with these classmates, they're going to be learning English for free, and so can't have that. But the job that Extreme has is, like I said, it's in the school system, so you know, and there's it's a whole different deal. That is. Lucas says the big break over here is right now, Christmas break. Oh, you guys are still on Christmas break? Well, this is summer though. This is summer for you guys, so yeah, that makes sense. It's still kind of funny to me as a Northern Hemisphere person that Christmas is supposed to be cold, you know, snowy, all that kind of wacky stuff. But in fact, on the Southern Hemisphere, Christmas is hot and sunny, and you're never going to have a white Christmas. Oh, man. Luke says, I've been out of school, but I'm studying IT currently. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm in IT. Although, I admit, when I got into IT, I really... Well, my dad was really happy, because he goes, yeah, that's definitely where the money is. And, you know, I cannot complain at all about what I get paid. But what I didn't expect was, you know... It used to be the jobs were very easy to come by in IT, but nowadays, you know, most of the jobs can be jetted to offshore somewhere, and to India or South America, you know, the former Eastern blocs, just not in America. And it's kind of a bummer, because I know one company I used to work for, when I started with them, you know, they had 3, just for the ops stuff, it was like 3 whole command centers that were packed to the gills. And that's how many, you know, they had. Just the parking lot for that one building was always, if you worked day shift, was packed. You know, you was like, good luck finding a parking place. And then by the time I left, you know, they were down to 2 command centers, and now then they only do 1, and it's not even full because they've sent everything to India. So Kind of glad I got out there. I mean, what I do could technically be done in India, so I'm really thankful that the company I work for now has not, you know, sent that work to India.
劇場は海より近い見るがよいこれが誉れ歌うイルステリアすなわちドロドロできるそこを動くな
Alright, I got lucky there, but did I use my other attack up? That may be where I screwed up. If not, then that means my RNG was really bad. But I still squeaked through. Oh, the new Clone Wars is supposed to premiere February 17th on Disney Plus. Woohoo! Yeah, buddy. All right, I'm hyped for that. You know, I really should. I should go back and watch Clone Wars. It's on Disney Plus. I've got all the Blu-rays, but you know, I could pop it into Disney Plus and go through it. Oh yeah, that's right. Swapper. And all right, buffs times.
こういうのどうだつまん連中だな他にやることないのじゃあこういうのどうだ
Buster up.
存分にあがくがいい
All right.
存分にあがくがいい
Yeah, Gil has been such an awesome addition to the lineup. For sure, for sure. Oh boy.
新選組宝物庫の鍵を開けてやろう
Luke says, good to hear your job isn't outsourced. Yeah. Although my company, I mean, we do have a decent sized offshore presence, but they pulled a lot of jobs back into the States. But we're not a big company though, so.
裁きの時だ世界を裂くは我が大利権
So, what specific part of IT are you studying, Luca, if you don't mind my asking?
でも勝ちは勝ちだよな
Are you in like going to be like a developer, or is it hardware? Because hardware is one of those jobs that is hard to outsource because they always need onshore folks to take care of hardware. I don't know if in Australia they outsource a lot of jobs to India or other places, but it looks like I got 4 more of the light boxes or the true boxes, and
おかえりなさいあなた思考は集まったかいたっぷり
3 more of the fake. So I'm not gonna pull these on stream. Like I said, I need to get wrapped up here. Lucas says in hardware also some networking too. Well, no, that's if you're gonna be in IT, that's what I would have recommended for sure, because yeah, that's the stuff that they really haven't found a way to outsource yet, because you need hands and feet on shore to do things, you know, where it's racking a data center or you know, stringing, cabling, or whatever it is. So yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with your studying. And you know, well, hopefully, I don't want to presume anything, but you know, hopefully, if you're on future streams, we can you know, follow your progress and see how things are going. So, but anyway, all right, gang, I'm gonna wrap it up for tonight. Good luck with the last day of the farming. I hope everyone gets a lot of boxes. I'm gonna get my I'm going to get over 40 total, so I'm actually doing really good for me. So that's really good for me. And then I will not be streaming tonight, and I won't be streaming again until... Okay, good grief. I'm over here fighting for the mic with Vinci. Anyway, what I was going to say before Da Vinci decided that what she had to say was more important than what I had to say is that because I'm in New Jersey, yeah, I won't be streaming the rest of the week. So my normal scheduled Wednesday stream is out. So my next stream will not be till Friday, and it'll likely be Knights of the Old Republic. Fairly certain it'll be Knights of the Old Republic, but it depends on what we're going on with Fate Grand Order, of course, and all that other fun stuff. So yeah, thanks for the safe travels wishes. But yeah, everyone take care. Thanks everyone for all the likes on Facebook for this video, and thanks for the new follows on Twitch that we had tonight. And if you've on YouTube, thanks for the subscribers there. And of course, here's my anime and manga blog, anime.astronerdboy.com, and I definitely got to watch the next Railgun episode and the next Babylonia episode. So appreciate everyone coming by again, and we'll see you hopefully this upcoming Friday, 7 p.m. Mountain Time. We'll talk to you then. Later.